Shut up until you shut the fuck up.
No, okay, so when you did that dance in the DC, right, with the white dress, there, I felt a drip, like, as you were getting up. I don't know what it was. I swear to God.
I had these messages.
$20 to tell Keemstar in 5,000 people.
Let's see.
Yeah, somebody.
Who's the Goon King now? You spent $20 to announce that. So let's welcome Bassett onto the stage.
Hey. I'm wearing one.
Ah! Shut the fuck up!
It's lighter pink. Wait.
It says, "Hey Keem, it's Deluminate. Who do you think the third party was gonna expose you was? Shouldn't have tried embarrassing me for gooning."
Oh, so you're gonna shut up so we can play this, or are you gonna keep going? You wanna keep going? No, I'm not gonna shut up until you shut the fuck up.
Bro, let Ruby do her thing. Let her do her little walk.
Yeah, it was pretty great, actually. They loved it.
You know it. Fingertip lace on the lips with shave a little shh. Maybe we're talk about that lockdown. You see, I'm jacking. All my friends are here. There's just no time for taboo. Can't believe I have to you get it. Wanna talk about so much, and you just give me hush. We can't sort that out for now. Things are changing. Spending cash on you dance floor, and everyone's come through. All lip slap. Thinking chat. Just lip slap. I can't hear you cause this beat is taking over. I'm not delivery ready to go with the titles. You sure talk the walk into your walkie-talkie, but you can't keep a secret cause you never get a word in.
Ooh, what is up, people? It's all lip slap. Woo. It's fucking hot again. What happened? It was hot. It got cold. Now we're right back to hotness. Welcome, and thank you so much for the gifted subs. Who did that? Was Gamer. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome, people. Welcome. This is episode 41 of Celebrity Sunday, and I got to be honest, I'm a little more nervous for this one. I'm dabbling into some different kind of territory, and I am going to be having a controversial guest on named JF Gariepy, whose career I've been following since like probably around like 2016, I think he started doing the kind of like blood sports, like popular debates that were pretty trendy, like in the mid 2010s until like early 2020. It's going to be a very, very high IQ. Yeah, these are the cowgirl chaps, but I had like a wardrobe malfunction where they were not like, I couldn't put it like over this, so they're just like so low. So low. But yeah, we're going to be definitely, this is your trigger warning. We're going to be dealing with some heavier topics, and I'm going to do my best to be respectful to all parties involved, and do a fair interview that hopefully can spread understanding and help everyone gain understanding. And maybe he can elaborate on some of his more controversial takes, you know, about women or different races. But it's going to be pretty open-ended. I just wrote down some somewhat open-ended questions. And hey, Dalmatian Dog. Shout out to Dalmatian Dog. He's finally gone solo. And his channel is just called Dalmatian Dog, just one word. Where are my cigarettes? I need a cigarette after that. After all that exertion. We're young, we're skinny, we're rich, but we're so nicotine and caffeine addicted that it's like reaching absurd territory. I mean, it's been past absurd territory. Blood sports debates. Nerds who wouldn't last in a slap fight. I mean, I enjoyed the content because I was, especially in the mid 2010s into like 2020, I was very much an ideologue and like had a very rigid, like more SJW-esque, like super feminist, super sex positive. And I've done like basically a U-turn on a lot of those beliefs that I had. And I'm a bit more humble now to the fact that I don't really know shit, you know? I don't really know shit about shit. So disclaimer, I don't know shit about shit, okay? But I'm a curious bitch. So I did do a deep dive on JF. I was watching some of his old debate videos, and I'm very curious what his perspective is on his career, if he feels like his self-perception matches the public perception and where those gaps might be. I think there's a lot of different directions we can take the conversation. So just don't yell at me too much in chat, because I'm going to do my best and just, you know, navigate a peculiar situation. But I'm extremely flattered that he said yes to the interview. Not only that, we are also going to be joined by Merc off the perk, who I see in like every other viral kick clip lately. She was most recently at this, I guess this was at Princess and Darius's house. There was like a total freak out like fight that happened. So we can watch some of that. I don't know why my clip of Merc didn't upload, or my picture didn't upload. But she's the one, she's in the, that's not her. That's Zena, who I think is kind of like a succubus. Which is like a female demon, and she's into like witchcraft, and you guys know I'm all into like the Bible and kind of like the opposite of that, but still, you know, engaging with the supernatural. The Thorpes gave up and Ruby is going up. That has been the general consensus, and that's very flattering, and it means a lot that people have seen growth and progress in my channel, in my weight loss journey, in reining in my substance abuse issues, because I was watching some videos from December, and it's like I was drinking a lot, especially when streaming, and it was sloppy. So I get why people don't always get the best first impression. So it's easy to slander me, and boy, has LCU been on a Ruby slander spree every fucking show. Every host, these bitches, gidgety midge, I don't know who you are, but you're a busted ass hag. Ugly in the visual, and I would not like to throw darts on that level, but they went there first, saying that I aged like sour milk, which is, quite frankly, fake news. Can I get a hashtag wrong about Ruby? Is this a sneak attack, or did you tell JF there was another guest? These are going to be separate segments. So let me lay it out for you guys. I'm in the process of weaning myself off of medications, but I'm on a couple medications related to like opioid use disorder, like methadone and gabapentin. And then I take a amitriptyline for sleep, and this medication called Effexor. I don't know if it's doing anything, but I would like to be on as minimal medication as possible. But thank you so much for the gifted. Patrick and Gamer already turning it the fuck up. So here's the layout. This is how it's gonna go. At 5 o'clock, so in about half an hour, that's when I'm gonna do the JF interview. I figured it can go anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, and then we'll do a break, reacting to some current clips, and then have Merc off the perk up. And I wanted to talk to her just about Kick streaming in general, because I have a lot of like concerns around Kick as a website, the things that it can lead people into, and just hearing some disturbing behind the scenes things from like about like the larger Kick streamers. And it's like, I don't know, it seems like there's a lot. And she's a very like forthcoming, open person, I've gathered. She's also incredibly funny. So I thought she would be a good person to connect with. And she can also, if she wants to, no pressure, she can commentate and all the like, you know, Darius's domestic violence spree month. What the fuck? What the fuck? Maybe that's what we can start with, because yeah, we still have half an hour until the big interview. And yeah, I'm visualizing a positive outcome. Are you able to affect your audio? Sound is hurting my ears. Chat, do I sound worse than normal? I mean, obviously I have a totally rigged, broken setup and nothing works, and I'm just barely holding it together by popsicle sticks. But is it worse than usual? It's true. Ruby coin is up, and I'm trying to just keep leveling up and stay on top of things. And not to brag, D-Dog, but that appears to be my bed over there. And there appears to be sheets all over it, and blankets, and little stuffed animals, because I'm a bitch. But, yeah, we're moving up, and always, and that sound of shit. Dude. Check. Boom, boom. Check. Check. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. I think that's just how it is. I'm really sorry. Wait, does it matter? Here, now it has background noise. Does that make it anything different? Guys, I'm not a tech wizard. Come on, we're like lolcow live right now, okay? AKA lolcow technical difficulties. AKA lolcow, if you're in Becky's Discord, you have 2 days to evacuate her Discord. You'll be banned for life from our code. The cult whose views are in the gutter. Bro, the sound moves out. Oh my god. Dude, today's not the day to have like technical issues. I don't get it. Everything is the same as always. La 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 la. I had weird audio like semi-recently. Ask JF for audio advice is good stuff. I mean, I need to get a lot of things. I was planning on investing a lot more into gear this month, but then we are planning this trip that's coming up in a very, 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 very short amount of time that I can't be too specific about. But yeah, Ruby's just loud, so it crests a lot. I'll try not to scream into the microphone. Quit listening to the non-regular. Okay, they're just sorry to the Ruby newbies, but we can look back, and even this like totally rigged setup is light years better than it used to be. Thank you, NDR. Oh, are you serious, dude? Well, I don't know. Also, who's a Thorpe Tart anymore? Do they still? Is that still a thing? I thought they retired. Speaking of Naptown, one of my favorite channels that does like compiling different clips together, and they do it in a really talented way and create like interesting narratives out of content, you know, and they're watching a fuck ton of bad content to get that good content extracted from it. But he did a funny edit of like Ben's totally manic crashing out saga with Manar, who I don't know if you guys are familiar, but he came up on a panel on Ava's, so he's roughly from her universe. Dang it, I think I deleted the picture of him. Speaking of Ava, yo, me and my bitch, we are getting darts. We are getting darts from Healthy Family Force, aka Sick Family. What's the opposite of force? Sick Family Submission. AKA a man, a pimp, a low-level pimp / leech / content creator who bought hundreds of thousands of subs just to pull lower numbers than Ruby. Yeah, that guy has a lot to say. I'm way too open about this shit, dude. I always tell all the chemicals that I'm on to the point where people find it annoying. So you don't need to make stuff up because there's a lot of fake narratives running around, but we're going to get into that. Hold up. We need one more Ben versus Manar phase out. Are you about that Thorpe life? Yes, we got Ryder, we got Schizo Spud, another celebrity in chat. And yeah, I'm excited to have Mercoffdaperc. I made a board of love, which I already have to add some people to. This is the board of love and some rough little agenda points and even a Bible verse, because I want to balance out the degeneracy with some positive influence, and I find that in the Bible. So it was Peter chapter 1 verse 22. Having purified your souls by your obedience to the truth for a sincere brotherly love, love one another earnestly and from a pure heart. Amen to that. I'm trying to keep it positive. Hey, Mr. Deadman. I watched a bit of your channel earlier. You've been killing it, dude. You've been doing really good. We have like several celebrity channels. We got Schizo Spud, Mark Fusion, Mr. Deadman. Got all the celebrities in here. All right, let me pull up a video. Focus on that because I feel a bit all over the place because I was just drinking like tons and tons of coffee and then just started smoking weed, and now everything's really tiny on my screen. I just suck at doing this part of things. You know, the real battle with Ben isn't about him being abusive. It's just because I want my own grace, a little bitch slave that's there to inflate my ego and do tech stuff. I could use one. I could use one of those, okay? But unlike Ben, I can make it on my own just fine. Okay. I made a little playlist. That's what I've been doing, because when I was doing those like super edits, it worked for a while, but unless I literally like only do it about the Thorpes, like it was just too much risk of like getting copyright strike, or it's like you'd have to just work with like certain creators who know you're going to clip and are okay with it. And I don't know if I want that relationship so much with the Thorpes. So. Jedi Joy New York shorts were fantastic. They were definitely very wild. All right, let me get to my playlists. There we go. So there's a couple videos here about JF, but they're a bit long. And I was thinking of doing those after, because I want, just go in with chat fairly unbiased if possible. Brittany's been acting up. Oh, I wanted to watch this about Kick, the degenerate streaming site hooking kids, because I know that sounds like very Karen, but I
I kind of think that, and that doesn't mean I judge anyone who's using it. I'm currently using Kick. I am on Kick right now, but it's been weighing on me a lot if I'd be open to doing the KCIP program and like what that means. Oh, I saw Lynx was on. I saw a clip on Twitter. People, I never wanted to actually be impregnated. That was a joke because you can't get pregnant on methadone. It's deadly. It's dumb, but I went in like that, and that's how people perceive me. So it's my own fault. Am I through? No, that does not. I don't think so. But I do have a very bad memory, so who knows? Here we go.
Merc, you want to run up on this monkey?
Here we go. There she is. I don't know why she's a beautiful girl, and I'd uploaded some pictures of her to get people hyping. Sometimes it like doesn't accept the image type, and I didn't have time to change it. But this is Mercoffdaperc. She's going to be coming in later, totally unrelated with JF Gariepy. And I did tell her in advance that this might be a controversial episode. And she was like, totally, like, she's fine with that. You know, she seems like a very kind of like adventurous free spirit, and I vibe with that. But she's hanging out with these people, and I just don't understand how Darius and Xena keep ending up in the same room together, fighting each other. Like, I just don't know how this has happened so many times this month. Not to mention Darius looks fucking insane because he went on Ice Poseidon's like prison experiment show, and he ended up shaving his head and eyebrows. So it's just like, it's brutal. It's brutal.
You're gonna run up on this monkey? She says, "I'm not letting you run up."
What? Yo, what?
No.
Wait, but wasn't it your idea to not have the cameras?
No.
Celebrity.
You're filming right now.
Nobody needs to get banned either. So
Who cares?
Yeah, no cameras, guys. No cameras.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm racist.
We know. That's why you don't stream,
They
right?
like it.
I mean, I'd be forgetting to because I make.
Oh yeah, I've never.
Zip.
Yeah,
Wait, no, I don't. I am gonna try to not alienate my guest. I am excited for my guest to come, and I definitely don't want to scare them off by acting crazy. But so I'm normal. I'm just normal, and we're a normal chat, and we're just watching Dariusirl and Zena, the literal witch, and that's concerning. I don't like this black magic stuff. Okay, and I'm curious to ask JF about that too, because whether or not you think he's guilty of whatever has been accused of him, he does have an interesting mind, because he was quite an intelligent researcher in the field of neuroscience. He worked at Duke. He's published papers that have been cited by hundreds of people. He's published books. So it's like, it's easy. I don't know. I don't think he's a dumb guy, you know? So, but we most certainly have different takes on like ethics and women, and, you know, well, we're going to get into things that we diverge on.
No, you're getting high all day, not doing anything with your life. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. 120 an hour, actually, you stupid bitch.
All right, let's do it. Oh, is it? No, this could be distasteful. See, we're already entering distasteful territory. We're already entering. I just wanted to make a poll to see if you guys thought I would be retarded enough for him to want to F. But we don't really need to even really be. I don't want to make light of anything or seem like I'm making light of anything, even though it's like a different joke.
You want to see my rate?
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
Darius, you look crazy.
Having a petty ass argument.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Can I turn my flash on?
No, because then everyone else can't see your face.
Oh yeah, for the people who don't know, our good friend and collaborator Princess, who lives with this goofball Dariusirl, his account got suspended for this video. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure weren't other accounts, like, I've seen this video from like 20 different angles, which is also like, dude, if you're doing a collab, like, I don't know, it's just too many people all holding cameras. It's just too many people holding cameras for me. Okay? And that's not how our South Carolina trip is going to be for me and Ava and Lo. And I'm thinking that if we're all in agreement, we might just trade off days. So like one day is on my channel, one day is on Ava's channel, one day is on Lo's channel. But it's open-ended. We're gonna sort through those details, but it's incredibly fucking soon.
Come on, it's autism.
Jesus.
Autism?
Alleged.
All right.
No, not yet. That's coming up.
That's all this little thing until I start pummeling someone. That's when we know the piece.
You're not pulling anyone.
I'm either gonna pummel my mom.
Go for chicken. Go for chicken.
I'm right here. Can I have a sip?
Prawn says, what are you doing? Prawn is my age. Like, my life's a little wacky, but bro, we all know that I was a drug addict. And Keemstar is sure to remind everyone at every opportunity and also insinuate I'm in active use. I'm not. And I share so much of my life that people would know. Dude. I need to upgrade my tech. Like, I don't know. I'm so bad at all of that end. But it's also, shout out Prawn says, this is his StreamYard account that we use. I know, it's like it was a bold move. And for the people who are newish to chat, Prancess I met through Grace Thorpe. We both got kind of mixed up in that scene, and then we both kind of moved on to covering other things. And he went and moved in with Dariusirl. And it was like pretty random, but you know, it was like, oh, a content house that could be fun. Like, why not get on your grind and like do that? I can see the appeal, but it seems like it's a darker operation than I would have hoped. And I'm a celebrity. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like, people. Junk says Prawn looked less the weird homeowner, allowing kids to party at his house. He does kind of seem like that. But I don't know. And I get concerned too, because it's like, I'm excited. I'm going to have some Bud Lights in South Carolina. Okay. But like I can't do this like crazy, oh, we're partying every night. There's fights breaking out in blood and people are crying and the cops every other fucking night with these people. I'm old. I've crossed that bridge. I'm old. And this is all crazy to me. Okay, is it a generational thing, or is this just like really, it's an odd scene? But that's also exactly why I want to talk to Mercoffdaperc as well, because I'm just curious what her experience is as someone who is a regular kick streamer and has found some success on it. I have no idea how to use the site. I don't get any viewers on it, so.
Yeah.
Look crazy, Darius.
Scram.
How about yeah, so the little slave has to do whatever their master says. Ice beside
I'm so mad about
what? Dude. Little slate. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This lunatic little fucking octoroon is going after her, calling her a slave and calling Ice Poseidon her master. Why are they always, I just don't understand the continued fucking interaction here. What is it? What is up with it? It's like that song. What is it? Like, I agree, it's racist. And I don't know why he went there. I think there are perhaps some unresolved kind of like racial issues. Does Ruby even know that JF is a huge Ben Thorpe supporter? Ben has been on JF's show twice. That makes sense because they run in similar circles. So I'm not entirely surprised that that there'd be crossover there. But I haven't seen their interactions when I was looking on YouTube. I didn't see that. That could be something interesting to look up though. Oh my gosh, it's almost time. I'm gonna send him the link in like 5 minutes. We'll just finish this video. But are you guys seeing, and like Ava reacted to this, I think yesterday too, or the day before my date. I don't know time. And she was noticing it's like it looks like Xena's like in her element. Like she just loves to have like, oh, the views are skyrocketing, and like, oh, look, everyone. Oh, hey, JF is in the chat. That's a lie. No idea who Ben Thorpe is, bro. People just be saying anything, just like anything. Like it's wild, and that's slanderous to be associated with them. It's like low-key slanderous. Ruby, do you still talk to Lynx? I do, but not as much since she was nuked unfairly off of YouTube, which is why I dual stream to Kick, even though I have some concerns about the design of the website and what it might inspire in young people to get addicted to gambling. Yeah, I'm really you are definitely a divisive character, a very divisive character. I've been doing some research. I mentioned in our DMs that like I had come across a few years ago. I was watching a lot of YouTube around the like starting in 2016 into the like early 2020 kind of like blood sports kind of era, you know. And I got kind of fixated on the whole like race and IQ thing. So obviously that's a topic that JF interacts with a lot as a neuroscientist and someone with an interest in genetics. So I find all those topics interesting. I find them interesting, but it's obviously treacherous moral territory, in my opinion. Are you still going to meet up with her? I remember you said that like 2 months ago. Yeah, we talked about doing a meetup, but I didn't realize she lived in freaking Canada. I don't know why. She said we were talking about going to Niagara Falls, and I was like, I thought you could get, I don't know. There was confusion about that, and then the fact that none of us have passports. But I wanted to do a summer trip, so then I hit up Low and set up the South Carolina trip, and then we got Eva on board, and it just happened to work out. But unfortunately, Lynx does not have a passport situation or a YouTube situation, which sucks. But if she's on Kick, I would love to connect with her on that. Maybe do some Kick-only streams, try to boost my numbers there. I've been to Canada, actually. I actually moved to Canada when I was younger, and my family's citizenship was rejected. Unless it's his secret alt account, JF. The Ben simp appears to be a different person than JFG tonight. Or maybe you're just misremembering, because now I've followed the Thorpes for some time now. I've been pretty intertwined in that whole mess. Ruby's a race scientist. Listen, guys, that's not the topics today. Maybe lightly touch on, just curious if there's been any changes to his views since like I was more involved in that scene, quite some time ago. And I'm sure there have been advancements. I'm curious his thoughts on AI and a few things, we're going to get into the more controversial things, but I'm also just a naturally curious person. Looking real sweaty right now, real talk. Thank you. I think I'm a little sweaty. It is quite hot. I have the AC on, but that whole little dancing bit got the sweat glands glowing. LOL Angels is coming back, but it's on hiatus. But we're gonna be talking about that on the trip for sure. Ben doesn't have fans. That's not true. Have you ever heard of a chatter named South to West? I guess it's about time, so let me send my link over to Jeff. I'm assuming that's the real him in chat, but I'm going to just send the link on Twitter. And I'll let him send that while let's let this clip finish, and then we'll get him up here. But do you see her? She's like relishing in this moment. She is so happy that there's all this violence around her, and like she's glowing. The numbers are up. Her like hormones are raging. This dark witch energy is like raging through her. I'm sure he does have opinions on Nietzsche. I think most people, do most people? I don't know. Decent amount of people. People involved in any kind of intellectual space, absolutely. Hi, what's up, Emily? How are you? Yeah, I looked into it, and it's like there is a lot of not everything is flattering to him. Obviously, there's a lot of controversial stuff there, but there's also some misinformation, like, you know, people claiming he's not even, you know, he's like making up his educational background or his past publications or his books or whatever. People are complicated. They can have a lot of good and bad all mixed together. Let me just play the rest of this. I'm gonna send
It's just funny. It's just funny that you're still a slave at 30 years old.
I mean, you were literally
30 years a
your
slave.
eyes out at the
Yikes,
event
30
because I
years
love
a
you.
slave.
No, I got my eyes out because
You were
I
crying to me and
Kimmy.
Kimmy and talking about how you don't want to tell me how to be a good person.
Chill out.
Why are you so mad? You're so mad. You're so mad because I don't love you anymore. You got somebody.
Bro. Oh my god, this is so freaking annoying. I wonder if I could just reload this because my computer's crazy. Dude, stop! All right, we're gonna revisit that. We'll revisit that. Oh, I do look sweaty. I'm just like super zoomed in on my computer and it like won't zoom out because I'm totally not good at this. Let me see if I can restart it. Hopefully it won't leave me. Sorry about that, folks. All right, let me drop the link. Nice, we got 127 in chat. Don't forget to hit the like button. I'm going to drop this for JF, and we can revisit. But I'm curious, what do you guys think about that clip? Do you kind of see the energy I'm seeing? And it's like, it feels very like wicked to me, you know? And I don't want to be like so harsh because everyone is just a person kind of doing their best. And I don't know her personal story, but it's been a lot of like violence and just real toxic stuff exuding from them. All right, let me send this and stop procrastinating. Going on X. Let me just send this. Yeah. And boom. And hopefully when I have Merc on later, there's no issues with the StreamYard because I think people are like kind of like Discord oriented or like StreamYard oriented. And get used to using like one kind. I don't use Discord because I just feel like there's always issues. Like look at Log How Live. Every episode is like 20 minutes of technical difficulties. Keemstar is now claiming that the website is just broken entirely. Oops, I keep like jumping in and out. All right, we've got JF backstage. Let me bring him up. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes. Je m'appelle Ruby.
Okay. Hello, Ruby.
That was like the one French thing that I know. Thank you so much for making the time to come on. My audience is really excited about it. And I'm curious, just what is your life like these days? What is a day in the life of JF looking like?
Well, I have a very privileged life, having had success in my early career on YouTube. I made a lot of money, enough savings to live for the rest of my life with my book. So my life every day is to make a show on Rumble these days, continue my legacy on live streaming because I was one of the first live streamers, and I'm happy to be with someone who was there back in the days. Was one of the OJs.
How did that be so long ago? It's so long ago. How are we so old, dude? It just happened. Everyone's old
because
now.
There's so many people who flocked to this business late and who now do big numbers, but in a very artificial market. So I continue my legacy, continue perhaps the writing of my second book, but most importantly, I'm a dad and I enjoy every day of my life as a caretaker for children and taking care of building the next generation and building a stable family.
What would your next book be about?
My next book will be The Moral Signal. So the first book was about the emergence of life, the revolutionary phenotype. The Moral Signal seeks to have a full theory of a biology of culture. So everything you see. Like I was seeing in the show before I arrived, you were showing these monkeys interacting between one another. Why does that happen? Why do they yell at each other? Why does the woman has these huge boobs displayed as she films? Everything social must have a biological explanation to it, and I think I have the framework for it.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm very fascinated by the way that people behave online, and especially more than ever, I'm like really curious about Kick specifically, because that's where a lot of people go. I'm dual streaming there now, but I've had like major concerns about like the ethics of it and it being connected to like gambling sites. Have you looked into that at all? Is that something you have concern about?
Yeah, I didn't consider streaming on Kick for the very same reasons. I don't think it's good to promote addictive behaviors. The reality is, even if I can enjoy a game of poker intellectually, but if I send 100 people to a poker site, they will all lose their money, literally. And so gambling is bad for you. So I may go to Kick if it's the last place to speak freely. But right now, Rumble, Odyssey, they offer a better free speech platforms.
True. Rumble, it does seem to be once you get, because YouTube, I mean, I have a friend who literally all she did was painting figures like on her streams. Her entire channel was just like nuked because she went up against Keemstar, who's like a highly demonic and unethical person, in my opinion. But yeah, so it's scary how your platform can get taken away. When did that happen for you on YouTube? What was your time span that you?
Well, there was never really a ban. It just started that YouTube started their TOS of their policy of shadow banning, and they were taking one episode at a time off from my channel, and they were slowly just putting the channel down through shadow banning and demonetizing sometimes. So it was in the era 2019 to 2022. Parallelly, my Twitter account getting banned. So back then, the freedom that we initially had in the initial YouTube community totally disappeared from the internet and was almost taken away forever. And thankfully, Elon Musk came back, and now we have Twitter. Now we have alternatives fighting back. But it seems that YouTube decided to continue the way of the normies. And it's a very sad thing, because it used to be a place for friendship and intellectual interaction that were genuine, that were much better than what the mainstream can provide. And personally, I'm addicted to it for life. I will even if they deny it now, and even if you can't have a YouTube channel if you're controversial, I will continue producing the content that I would have produced if I had a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel similar, kind of just like very passionate and like you could say addicted to it, because it's addictive to instantly be able to connect and interact with people all over the world, any opinion, like, oh, you can look up anything, respond to anything, make a video about whatever. But the platform, it's definitely changed since like,
we have lost Ruby. How are you doing, people of the regular chat? Hopefully Ruby will reconnect. Okay, she is back.
Sorry about that. You know, I'm thinking of upgrading to Starlink. You know, my internet is kind of ass.
You need fiber optics. That's it.
Fiber optics. But I do like on the go streaming. Like I'm planning a trip in a couple weeks. And so it's like, I've heard Starlink is good. Like if you're, you know, on the go.
You're going to South Carolina?
I'm just going to visit another YouTuber, and it's just going to be like a little content vacation. So you say you're living off of the like funds and stuff that you made earlier in your career at the moment?
Well, actually, I'm making still a very good salary just streaming and with super chats. So I'm more than maintaining myself. But yeah, you know, back in those days, we were paid in Bitcoin very often by our audience, and Bitcoin has appreciated very much since 2016. So that gives me a layer of safety that I can do what I want in my art rather than do what's needed. I don't have to be kneeling to gambling sponsors that will give me $1,000 for a stream.
Yeah, for me, I have a similar boundary there where that doesn't appeal to me at all, because I wouldn't want to live with myself doing that. Like, what else is there to live for except having some kind of positive impact and legacy? And actually, I wanted to ask you about that. Like, what would you want your legacy to be, or like, what's the impact you most want to have on society right now?
Well, my legacy will be that I had a theory called the theory of phenotypic revolutions. I published it so that everyone would know about it, but the world rejected me. The system that controls who speaks and who's respectable decided to go at me with hit pieces rather than an appreciation of what my scientific theory can give as an insight. And I want to prove down the line in 1,000 years, I think that what people will say about me is that I'm the proof that the Inquisition is not over, that the killing of greater minds is still the case in 2025, just like it was 400 years ago, just like it was 1,000 years ago, and that we are not an evolved society. We are not modern. We are not more intelligent. In fact, novelty still affects the lesser brains and still gets social rejection to whoever is born with it.
Do you identify as like a mentally healthy person, or like do you feel like you are diverging? Because I definitely noticed, I'm not saying you seem like mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. I'm very, very crazy. But like you diverge from a lot of people and like your viewpoints and in your passion. And I understand that to some degree, but I'm just curious if that's something you've ever identified in yourself, or like, or if it's something you are.
Yeah, I consider that the world is in such a state of fall that everyone is sick in the head except me. And that I am the most mentally healthy person in the world. And in fact, tests reveal that I score close to 100% on mental health measures. Wow. So much so that some psychologists have accused me, wrongfully, of being a test tricker, that I'm trying to trick the test because I'm a secret schizophrenic who invents false answers to these tests so that I can score 100. But no, I truly score 100 with honest responses to these challenges. And to me, I think that 95% of the world right now is mentally sick. And I think it's not going to get better. We are in a state of fall. And I think because there's not been enough selection, basically everything can exist. There is no more of a rule coming from the past generation saying, no, you won't go there. And I see this very much in your life. I think that, the missing of a father in your life because of his oxycodone addiction led you to have absolutely no structure. And I don't know to which extent you would agree, but what you've been experiencing in life is way too much. You shouldn't have gone there.
Yeah, part of the reason why I'm interested in kind of like fringe people is I myself have existed on the fringes. I've had various mental health issues and drug issues that totally derailed like my YouTube career when it was starting 5 years or so ago. And I came back to streaming and I found I've made a lot of progress in it in the last year, but I still have a long ways to go. So what would your advice be to be like a crazy bitch in her 30s who's on methadone and totally just whacked out?
My advice, and I've said it many times, I will say it again because it applies even more here. My advice is full insemination. That is, have your uterus filled with sperm at every second, all the time, always.
I don't think I should procreate. Like, I've been torn on this, and maybe this is just the cope because I'm old and single, but like, I don't know if I should procreate. Like, I'm feeling kind of not optimistic about the future. I think we're in the end times, quite honestly. I think like once the AI super intelligence is just going to take over, I don't think humans are going to adapt to that very well. Do you feel like we're in the end times?
Now you're letting your brain make a decision that it shouldn't be making. Let me ask you this. The first time you had some heroin injected into your veins, did you think that way? Did you think, oh, well, I don't think I should be doing this because...
Not especially. I was like an extremely anxious kid, and I idolized people like Kurt Cobain, Courtney Love, Sid Vicious. I really, from a young age, wanted that like live fast, die young lifestyle. But then my brain
Yes.
finished developing in my mid-20s, and I'm like, oh shit, like, damn, I went off the rails, you know?
But forget about the inspirations and the long-term reasons why you ended up there. I'm talking about the moment. The moment where you got your first dose of this or that. You didn't think twice. You didn't think, oh, well, will AI take over the world and therefore it's useless for me to be drugged up? You just did it. You jumped into it like it was a universe of discovery, like you were at least jumping into the hole, right?
Yeah, that's more accurate.
Do
Yeah, I would say it was similar
do
to that.
this with baby making, let me tell you, and you'll be fixed in ways that you can't even understand right now, in ways that no medication will ever fix you. Because evolution...
I mean, but what if I have a bunch of kids? Like, I live in like an attic, you know, I don't know. I tend to rise to the occasion, but I don't know. But do you feel optimistic about the future, and that's why you want to have like as many lots and lots of babies?
I feel that we are in a war, and yes, I am optimistic in that war because I know that ultimately sexual reproduction is the best model for humans. We will either completely disappear and be replaced by something that is non-sexual, like an AI deciding your genes in the next generation, but we will be at war with this thing for millions of years. And I believe we can win the war. We need decision, we need decisiveness, we need an understanding of the value of sex and how great, how lucky we are to have had the sexual binary to be in our species, and just how much of our phenotypes rely on the fact that we are sexual beings. The difference between a sexual being and not a sexual being in biology is the difference between everything you know about life. Lions, humans, giraffes, rhinoceros, frogs, salamanders, fish, all of these are sexual beings. If you want to go to the first non-sexual being, you have to go back to bacteria. So sex ultimately is responsible for the walking forward of life into a world of complexity, beauty, and even comedy and human language. You ultimately rely on the fact that we had to charm a greater being to pass into the next generation. So yes, I think you should make babies. Yes, I think you should take the side of DNA-based sexual life in this war. And I think your life would have been even better if you had started earlier. Now you say, okay, you're not in an ideal scenario. I'm sure there is a guy out there with a house ready to take you in and to make you 5 babies, which you still can do. So I would go for this. Doesn't matter that you're in an attic now. Your job as a woman is not to own a whole house or to produce on the free market. But you can totally give yourself to the project of finding a man of quality. You've had your whole life to see what males of non-quality look like and what it looks like to live with them. Because I've seen your life on your YouTube channel. You seem to have been jumping around with roommates, drugged up, alcoholics of all kinds.
I'm not drugged up. I'm just manic. I'm not.
No, but the people who surrounded you were drugged up all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So you need to find a model. It's harder for someone like you who's not had a solid male model in her life, but you know objectively what it is that you need. A guy with sense, a guy with wealth, a guy with resources, and most importantly, a guy who will just take you by the arm and say, that's where we're going, and I don't care what you say. You can yell, you can ask for your extra dose of methadone, you're not getting it.
I think I follow what you're saying. Like, sex, it very much is. It's like so fundamental in ways we can't comprehend. Like, I've been reading more like Jung about like the collective unconscious and getting more into spirituality. And I'm curious, do you have a connection to God? Are you atheist or religious? I'm curious.
I'm currently with a girlfriend who is a radical Christian who truly believes in God. I've always been an atheist, and I'm still an atheist. However, she makes a beautiful case for certain ideas of the Bible that I had never considered in that way. But I'm still very much not believing that we have a God or that Jesus Christ has been sent from outside of the universe by a supernatural entity.
And do you think that society and people probably need religion in some degree, and it's like there's a religious like instinct and inclination, because I've thought that like even if I don't like, I still struggle with belief mentally, but like I feel like a spiritual benefit even just from the practices and the reading, the meditation and prayer is just like positive, like focusing. But I do think a lot of people, they really do need something to latch onto to like mimic in that way. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think religion has many truthful moral roles in our development, and I don't think it's absolutely needed in the first principle way. I think you could, in theory, have all of the right behaviors without religion, but I think it would be very hard. Religion makes it much more easy because it packages all of those useful memes. Ultimately, what religion is a breeding machine. And it's a software that you can upload to your brain that just improves your chance of breeding and reduces your chance of being gay. Now, from this perspective, it does well. I think it's good for low IQ people because they need some sort of guide. It's good for people who don't have a kind of a strong behavioral sense for themselves, which I happen to have. I have a very strong behavioral moral code of my own. I don't need very much religion to act good in society. But yeah, I think it's useful for a lot of people.
How would you describe your moral code? Because I also think that you can have like a moral code that's coherent without religion, but it does take a lot more thought to be put into it. So I'm curious, what's your?
So I would say I'm pretty much like Gandalf, the Grey in Lord of the Rings. My moral code is grounded in non-aggression, non-intervention, and witnessing the beauty of the world as you let it unpack for itself without intervention. You know, there's all sorts of things that Gandalf does in Lord of the Rings where he lets Gollum be. He says, I don't know, but Gollum seems evil, but maybe he's going to be good at some point. And I'm very much like this, laissez-faire, non-intervention, and most importantly, instead of trying to constantly re-engineer and change the world, like many modern people deceive themselves into doing, I like to look at the world and find what's so great about it to begin with. Because trying to improve from here to there, we've seen what it does. It does social workers, it does state interventionism, it worsens people's mental health, it creates public schools with all sorts of damage, of mental damage that we only need to measure later in society. And I'm like, what if we just had let the system be? What if there wasn't such an effort to fix people? Perhaps they would fix themselves better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely things aren't working broadly. People are lonely. That could connect to the sex thing too. People in the younger generations are having less sex, less procreation, less family. And for me, also part of my thing was I was very rigid, very feminist, and never, ever, ever crossed my mind to want kids or be a mom, you know, even though I had great parents, you know, I just didn't want to, I don't know, I just didn't, I was nihilistic. I was very nihilistic from a young age. And, but I do think it's a huge issue, the lack of connection. And now we're going to have a reproduction crisis where no one's going to be around to take care of the older people. Do you see that as being like an issue?
Personally, I don't think it's an issue. I think we're just holding old people to live way too old. I think we should accept death earlier, and we should stop fighting against entropy. We're due to die once we have accomplished our reproductive life and we have cared for our children up to adulthood. We really don't serve only a secondary role. Maybe babysit the grandkids, but we shouldn't hang on to life the way boomers do.
Yeah, I can see that. A lot of like super late in life, it gets pretty, you know, depressing and you're just in pain all the time. Distinction wants a rap battle. Maybe at the end. I am a really good freestyler. I have a lot of hidden talents. But I'm curious, do you ever think it's okay? Like, do you believe in physically disciplining women if they're acting out?
No, I believe in self-defense. That is the only violence that I believe in. Woman acting out is an issue. I mean, and it's been an issue in my life because there's so many deluded women out there. They will attack you with falsehoods. They will yell at you with things you haven't done. And so how do we manage this? In my view, we need a societal structure rather than we need a societal structure that gives enough power into the hands of men so that whatever the woman spouts doesn't matter. But we're not in that world. We're in a world where whatever the woman spouts gets listened by some social worker, by some judge, by some family court, and ends up hurting male's life. This needs to be fixed. We need to reduce the degree of belief we put in a woman's words.
Do you think you could have maybe like a biased perspective because you do tend to date like women who are kind of neurodivergent? Do you think maybe that gives you, because it's like if you go for crazy bitches or people who are like very unconventional, of course, a lot of crazy things are going to happen. You might end up in those like, you know, custody or whatever kind of instant battles.
So do I?
And of course, speaking of physical correction of women, we've got the wife beater himself, Benjamin Thor. Pew, pew, pew. Ruby, ask him, oh God. Ruby, ask him.
Let's leave this question aside. But I want to come back to something you say, because so many people say this without any evidence. So I will ask you to defend that claim. So you say I go out with neurodivergent women. Do you think I go out with neurodivergent women more than average? Or do you think, if you were to look at the 200 women I've been with, how many of those 200 women do you know about? 200? I've been with. Well, I guess I don't know
about a lot of them, but I know about the major relationships that there's.
You hear about three. You heard about 3 or 4 of them. Why do you hear about them? Because they're neurodivergent, and because they're making a lot of extreme noise. They're making more publicity for themselves than the normal ones I was with. But in the end, I don't believe I'm especially targeting neurodivergent women. In the end, if you look at my career, my reproductive career, I've been with women. Some of them have PhDs. Some of them are very stable emotionally, but some of them are unstable. And those are the ones you hear about. Not surprising, but let's be clear here. It's not a good empirical method to be taking woman noise and to be acquiring it as data.
I mean, it's just looking at like various court documents. It's giving me this impression, and there's narratives around it. That's why I'm asking you, is for the clarity. I'm curious. And then obviously with Mama JF, you know, whenever she was on screen, she acted kind of like eccentric. And I was watching a video, and it was saying that people said she acted very different, like off stream. What was she like behind the scenes?
So first, you mentioned the court documents. Well, court documents come from my ex, who wanted to secure custody of our children for herself, and so she lied about me. So whatever is in those court documents, I have already denied, and I deny it again. It doesn't become true because it gets published on the internet, or because you have a copy of it and you reread it 2 years or 5 years later. Those are lies. They are just lies. Now, the behavior of Mama JF, the idea that Mama JF was different on stream versus in real life. Definitely, she was different, like anyone would be. I'm sure you are not in this stream in the way you usually are if you're in a party or you're drinking beer with your friends. Now, was she different in a radical fashion? Not so much. Mama JF has shown delusions publicly before, and she showed them on live streams against my will, and delusions she also had in the private life. So Mama JF was delusional both publicly and privately. So I don't see the claim that she was different. Now, the claim that she was different actually comes from neighbors having interacted with her, but having interacted with her for 30 seconds or 1 minute. Now, if you interact with a delusional person for 1 minute, they're not going to share their most inner hallucinations. I'm sure you know that, having had psychosis yourself, maybe drug-induced in your case, but it takes a lot of
induced.
Yes.
Technically,
induced.
It was withdrawal related, okay? Get it clear.
Okay. Well, you know, it takes a lot of depth before someone who's hallucinating or having psychosis will reveal the inner structure of her thought. And so to those people who have seen the social face of Mama JF, be careful. It was not all there was.
Yeah, I mean, learning about her, she just seemed like an interesting character, and I was surprised to find out that her dad was a physicist. And I was also surprised that I could not find anything of her family, like trying to help find her or like any statements from them. And I was like, what the heck? Like, wouldn't they be looking for her? Or like, was there a reason? Was she disconnected or alienated from her family?
Mama JF herself had some degree of hostility toward anyone she was interacting with. So the way these women work is often they have their current guy, and then everyone before are abusers and evil people, and they leave everyone behind. And eventually, even if you're that guy for a moment that they respect and trust, eventually you become part of the cone of, these people are evil against me. A psychotic person is always projecting herself into the future and always burning all of the bridges behind. Now, that doesn't mean that her parents were not caring for her and not trying to find her. In fact, they did participate to the police work. It's just that they've decided to do it privately. They're not public people, so they don't have to defend on YouTube. I have to, because I'm a public person, but they want to live a private life, and they're helping in the way they can. But also, we're faced with someone who has chosen. Mama JF is a drifter who has chosen to go out there without documents, without tracing apparatus, without cell phones, without any way for us to help find her. So you have to respect this at some point. And her parents, just like me, we understand what kind of mind she has, and we understand that she wouldn't like it if we were to try to find her.
I mean, some people are like that, and I did see there was evidence of her like going up and out just on trips in other scenarios, so that is plausible. She did have a character that was really vibrant, eccentric, and inclined towards like kind of trips and stuff. So I can see that. My concern would be just like, I don't know, if my husband and like father of my kids was like, yo, I want to run out into the woods and just like live there, I don't know if I would personally feel comfortable with it. Do you understand why people think that's like kind of crazy?
No, I mean, I don't feel comfortable with it, which is why the first drift of Mama JF was years before her actual disappearance. And Mama JF went out, and there's traces of this on the internet, and she has described it herself. Mama JF went out, broke our family, went to chill and take drugs in the downtown Montreal. And I convinced her to come back. And I will never regret this decision that I've done, because I've had a few more years with Mama JF, and we had kids. We had kids during those years. So there are people today who live because I made this kind of doubling down, trying to convince Mama JF to come back. Now, that time I succeeded. The second time she went and drifted, she took all of the means so that I could never contact her again. In fact, she disappeared a little too well to the police taste.
Yeah, I mean, we're just coming up on the 2-year anniversary, so it's a remarkable story. I could see it being turned into like a movie or something, between like your life has taken so many wild twists and turns, and then like this crazy disappearance too. And I understand why people are suspicious. And is there anything you think people get like especially wrong about like you, or like things that happened? Like,
oh, they get everything wrong. They get wrong the idea that Mama JF wanted to go voluntarily. There's like 70% of the people I interact with on the internet, they don't even accept this. They think, oh, that's JF's explanation. But hey, there are records of this. There are records of Mama JF doing this before and redoing it again in the last time she disappeared. So it's like, not only can it happen, it had happened many times before. She has done it not only to me, she has done it to people she knew before and to her own family. So there's this that people get wrong. What people get wrong is the level of strategy I would have to have been able to kill Mama JF while she was in a separate province, where the only thing that connects Prince Edward Island, where we lived, the only thing that connects this little island of Canada to the rest of Canada is a single bridge, the Confederation Bridge. And people somehow think that I was able to pass this bridge, which is lined up with cameras. They literally take a picture of your face as you enter with your car onto Prince Edward Island. They think that somehow I was able to leave this island, kill Mama JF, run back to the island, hide Mama JF in some woods somewhere. They don't actually measure the intensity of what their hypothesis requires. I would be an evil genius if I had pulled this against the Canadian police forces.
So are they currently, what has there been any updates from the Canadian police on it? Are people presuming she's passed? I don't want to be insensitive.
No, I mean, there's no presumption and there's no update. So the last update is that she was seen 2 days after I dropped her off at a gas station. She was seen in another province, so she had done about 5 hours worth of road and was living on the streets, on Albert Street in Moncton, New Brunswick. That is what we know. That is the last time she ever left a trace. But that very day, see, this is where it's fascinating to me. It's the last time she was seen by outsiders other than me. But it's also on that very day that she sent me a phone message, text message, saying, JF, I'm about to disappear forever. You have 30 minutes left. If you need something from me, if you want me to call the electricity company or whatever, we do it now because in 30 minutes, you'll never hear from me again. And so there was a voluntary aspect to her disappearance. Not only this, she had been reading a book of Edward Snowden called Permanent Record, and she was starting to be alarmed that she was starting to understand the number of chips that are in a cell phone and the ones you have to get rid of to avoid detection. And she was also Googling about how can I be reborn? How can I completely change identity with a new birth certificate, that kind of stuff. So It seems that Mama JF, to me, the main hypothesis to me is that Mama JF is out there. She is neither named Mama JF nor Elora. She has completely changed identity. It's probably with some guy. I'm sure the guy is hooked on drugs, and I'm sure that they don't live a perfect life, but I'm sure she's also most likely fine. Now, there's a possibility that because it's a dangerous world and Mama JF is way too trusting in this drug world, she probably embarked on truckers that she didn't know and that could have been killers. So I think there's a chance she's dead. But there's a chance you're dead next week when you go to South Carolina. There's a chance I'm dead next week. But I don't think it's the main hypothesis that we should retain. I think she must be happy, secretly living, and that she has escaped the Matrix in some spectacular way. Or that's what I like to think.
Was she ever diagnosed with like schizophrenia or something? As it sounds like, maybe was it some kind of paranoid delusion?
She definitely had paranoid delusions that I've observed. I will not comment on her medical record, but I think from my description of her thoughts, you can easily guess what kind of person she was and what kind of woman she was.
Interesting. Have you ever found yourself, I've always just been fascinated by like serial killers like Ed Kemper, Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, and these people who just do like crazy, like extreme things. Like, have you ever had a fascination with like that kind of personality?
Yes, I wouldn't say I have a fascination with the personality, but I've always been following police work. So I love the police work aspect of this. I love all these police interview of killers. I'm not fascinated by the killers that much because I think the few that I've went deep into, I find broken people. I find broken people who resent society, who have basically chosen to lose. They've chosen to be the loser of society instead of just play the game of society. It's not so hard. Reproduce, make babies, build a family, and you'll die happy. And they've kind of chosen against this.
Yeah, and it's ultimately self-destructive, but like that's something that can happen. Like people have like narcissistic personality disorder. They can like start getting to like a psychotic, like delusional space from it. And it can be like wild to witness. They'll like engage in like crazy behavior.
Absolutely.
I just always found it interesting. Obviously, you're like a neuroscientist, so this is like right up your alley of just like how the human mind works, you know?
Yeah, and this will be the subject of my second book. The human mind works in so many ways. First, layers of decision making, past expectations, some risk, some amount of risk, because you want to not be stuck in a behavioral pattern. You want to supplant the others in competition. So you need some risk taking, especially if you're a male, because now your reproductive success relies mostly on on your capacity to impress women. So there's so many layers, but ultimately we are built to create a virtual facade, a virtual social facade, to interact with society. We kind of have a cardboard of ourselves, like the cardboard salesman that you see in car dealerships, where we have this display to others, and then we have our internal processes that sometimes are weirder, sometimes they're as simple as the cardboard.
Interesting. And do you feel like the person you are online is the same online and off, or do you ever feel like you're leaning into anything? Like, what's your...
I believe, well, the thing is, it's very different. I'm a performer, so I'm here to entertain and inform, and sometimes my entertainment and information include provocation for the purpose of self-examination. And so there's people who get a very weird idea of who I am for real, and if they saw my everyday life, they would see different. But there's also people who, through the performative aspects of my job, they can see a real human being interested in the truth. And these guys, they have it pretty much right. The guy that I am a teacher who enjoys provoking, who enjoys taking people where they have not went before.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a similar thing. I don't know what it is about me, but I also like feel very compelled to find out like what is true. I'm a very curious person, but I also do kind of like shocking people sometimes. You know, it's like I probably should be more ashamed that I was a drug addict, but it's like there's a small part of me that's just like, you know, I beat it. You know, I won. I won the. I don't know. There is like a weird, fucked up. Like,
I think it's great what you do. I think it's great because we need narratives that don't keep this under the hood, because polite society wants to keep addiction under the hood. But the fact is that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of people who will fall addicted to something new this year. So we have to talk about it. And I think what you do is great. And I think it's the age of YouTube. You know, it's the age where every single little thing, there will be a YouTube channel about it. There are YouTube channels about miniature baby doll houses. There's a YouTube channel about addiction. There has to be a YouTube channel about everything, except, of course, the political subjects that I tend to explore. And for this, there is a Rumble channel.
In your experience, so you used to be involved in academia and you found it kind of like oppressive. And and I live near Yale, so there's definitely a lot of like snootiness and a lot of just like super ideologically like rigid viewpoints, a lot of witch hunts and just weird shit I've seen happen. Was that kind of, do you feel like you had that kind of experience?
Oh yeah, the academia is an entirely social phenomenon. So it has everything that a bunch of mean girls would have. Rejection, hit pieces, lies, and talking in the back of everyone. And ultimately, it's a very unhealthy place for the pursuit of truth, which is why around 2015, I was like, okay, I'm very successful in academia, but I'm not super proud of what I had to do to be successful. I had to chill with these people, dine with these people, talk with the editor here, talk with the editor there to get my papers published. And it's like, I'd rather just pursue the truth. And on the other hand, there was YouTube rising. And I'm like, wow, everyone can talk whatever they want. And we have an intellectual pursuit here that can be cleared from the social process. And so I was like, there's just more path to truth for me in the YouTube direction while writing my book than there is in academia. My book, my theory as a whole, wouldn't make it in academia. It's too big, it's too important. It's people in academia, they want the little technical detail, but they don't like the grand idea. So I said, let's prove to the world that academia is missing something. Let's throw something at them that they're not capable of handling. And I'll prove that they're not capable of handling by the fact that they will ignore me for 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, no matter how much time it will take. I know that the theory of phenotypic revolution ends up accepted everywhere in biology. But I know that we're not there, and it's because of the social, dirty, corrupt process of academia.
I know, at least early on, I was like looking a little bit into your career, and you had been like heavily cited before with like some of your publications. So it's like, did you feel at one time you were just like trying to make it work there and you got burnt out by that?
Oh, I wouldn't say burnt out. So I was very successful, and I wanted, you know, as a young man, you have the drive, you want to win, no matter what the win implies, you know. And it's a little bit like these MMA people, like you want to fight the biggest, and you want to show that you can beat the biggest. And I've kind of done that with my early articles. You know, one article in Proceedings of National Academy of Science, one article in Nature Neuroscience. Those are the biggest publications in my field. I kind of wanted to demonstrate I can get there. But then once I had gotten there, do I want to sit in an office for the rest of my life, basically managing small portions of government money to young PhDs who have to write all these, ask these permissions to the government to do their experiments? No. And so I knew that once I had demonstrated my talent, I wanted to dedicate the rest of my life to actual truth seeking, even if it was more daring, more risky, even if it meant less money, less security. In the end, I ended up having more security, more happiness from it, and I regret nothing. But I wasn't burned out by it. I was just not finding it optimal, because you spend 90% of your time in a university just dealing with arbitrary red tape, filling papers, forms, dealing with ethics committees and government grants. It's 90% of your time lost.
Yeah. Well, I admire that you pursue your passion, because a lot of people are just happy to relinquish themselves to the influences of life and live like a very non-fulfilling existence. I'm curious, do you ever think it's okay to lie?
In very strict circumstances, like white lies. Sometimes I lie in my show to hide a little detail of my life. Like I'll say, oh, I was in Banff, Alberta, when really I was in British Columbia. But I think that these little lies are justified by some degree of minimal privacy protection. But other than this, a meaningful lie, I am totally against it. And I've never in my life said any meaningful lie of any kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel very against that too. One thing I'm like struggling to understand with the Mama JF is it's like, I heard that she was like very invested in her kids. So it's like, I just don't understand, A, like how she was in that mental space, what she was thinking, and B, why you went with it. Instead of like stepping up, I would think, you know, you're kind of assertive, you would take control and be like, no, you're not doing this, right?
Well, the modern woman is uncontrollable. I cannot physically block Mama JF if she's decided to be a grifter. You know what will happen to me if I do this? Mama JF had a lot of power over me. First, the house was in her name. So if she said one word, JF, I want you out of here, there wasn't even a matter of police or was I abusive. I was out. She had a lot of power of that kind, which led me to be unable to abuse her, to keep her into place. And anyways, I don't have the behavioral tendency to be an abusive husband. So what I did is I argued my best. But when you're dealing with addiction, you know just like me what addiction is and how strong it is. And if someone wants to go back to the street because she needs something that she hasn't had for 2-3 years, you know how strong that pull will be. And you know that it's going to take either physical violence or caging, or she's going to go get it. And I can't cage her and I can't be physically violent in this world. So she went and get it.
I still don't know. I don't know, just like as like a mother though, with the young kids, it just seems so crazy. And it's like, that just could be what it is. She was crazy, and it was an odd thing. I don't want to act like that's not a possibility. It's just hard to understand. And then another thing people are like super suspicious of is like, you renovated your house like right after she disappeared. And if someone close to me went missing, even if I wanted to renovate, I would probably like hold off on it just for optics. So what was your thought process in that?
So this is a chain of misunderstanding based on one thing I've said in the stream when I came back 3 days after she left our home. So when I came back on the stream, I said something along the lines of, I've been cleaning my house so much. Everything is in order now. I've been replastering the walls. And that was my secretive way of winking to my crowd. I have displaced my secret Bitcoin plates, which were in my walls. That was because I've been giving Bitcoin courses to people and how to protect your Bitcoin, especially when you're with a crazy crackhead bitch in your life. And one of the rules you have to do is hide them in your walls in a way that they cannot be accessed without destruction of the walls. So that if she accesses them, you will know because you'll see a trace in the wall. The second thing is when the crackhead goes back to the street to get some more crack, she may come back at any time to steal your Bitcoin. And I am an extremely wealthy man. I'm wealthy of Bitcoin from the early era of Bitcoin. My first Bitcoins I've had were in 2013, given to me by a Redditor because I had done a good AMA. And the traces are still public of it. So what I do in this circumstance is I destroy the Bitcoin hideouts. I choose new Bitcoin hideouts that the woman doesn't know about. That is the process for saving your Bitcoin, and you will lose your Bitcoin if you don't do that.
So did she had like drug issues? You're kind of like implying Mama JF struggled like also with substance.
Yeah, she was a woman of the streets, consuming all of the things that you've been probably consuming too.
So like did she ever do it around the kids, or was that ever a concern?
Never. Because under my direction from the beginning of our relationship, I said there's one condition. You live with me, I will care for you, but never drugs in the house, never drugs around me. And I lost her for a couple of times where she ran back to the street, but I went to pick her back up. That was in our very early relationship. She was running back to the street, hand in hand with some random homeless that gave her a joint. And I was like, Ma JF, you either come in my car right now and stop those drugs, or I'm never talking to you again. And she was stepping back into my car. After a couple of things like this that I've done, she ended up being fully withdrawn from drugs and spent a whole 2 or 3 years of our existence without a single drug taking, and completely sober and a good mother.
Wow. So would you say, did she seem under the influence? Like when you dropped her off, did she seem like under the influence then, or she just you'd think she wanted to go like get drugs basically?
She probably wanted to go get drugs. There's the legalization of pot in Canada that has happened. So there were times where she went to smoke the legal pot, but I was always asking that she smokes in our greenhouse and away from the home.
Interesting. So what did the like search efforts look like? What was that process like?
It's very hard to develop a search effort in Canada when you don't have a starting point. So if she had the intent of hiding herself from the police on that day on Albert Street, where do you begin from there? There's literally thousands of kilometers square of forest where she could possibly be, or she could not be. And therefore, there's no dog search of any kind that went on because it's just not possible.
How does it make you feel that like people see you that way? Because that would, if you are innocent as you claim, I imagine that would be pretty upsetting to feel like so misunderstood and just cast as like this insane like you know, genius killer guy. Like, they don't, you know, like, what is that like for you? That's gotta be crazy.
Well, I mean, it could have been grave, but I had kind of a preview experience of this in the false allegations that a couple of my ex-wives did from 2015 to 2020. So in a way, I was prepared at being the public asshole because I knew that they had ruined my reputation in a way that there's always going to be a retarded leftist out there believing this crap because he wants to believe it because JF has to be evil. And so in a way, the fact that Mama JF disappeared in such a spectacular fashion and kind of upped the ante from maybe he's abusive to maybe he's a murderer, I kind of like it, and I play along with it because it's fucking hilarious in my view that I was just a guy wanting to engage honestly about a scientific theory with the public, and we end up here where people are emotional about me. There are YouTubers who publish videos on the everyday about me, publishing theories, and they can't stop thinking about me. I live rent-free in their head. And so I try to see it from a positive light and say, any publicity is good publicity. And if you want to know what the genius killer has designed as a scientific theory, buy the revolutionary phenotype. Be ahead of your times.
Yeah, I'm curious to read it because I did go through like some phase of being interested and trying to debate like race and IQ. And I was coming more from a leftist perspective, and I'm fairly agnostic on it. I just think there's too many confounding factors, and like there's just too much diversity between race. And I know that doesn't mean that, you know, that races don't exist, but I don't know if it's the best metric. Have your views updated on that at all?
No, my views are still the same. Now, race and IQ has always been a side issue to me. It's not what my book is about. And people just can't help. It's a very interesting thing because the academia has to lie about it, basically, by law. Because the universities have been imposed rules of diversity and inclusion that basically make it so that if they had a professor that actually believes in race science, they would be sued into bankruptcy. So this is a case where the truth-telling property of YouTubers comes as the only option for the truth to come out. And so I was happy to do some provocation on that subject, and it worked. Across the years, even some people think more of me as a race scientist than I am a astrobiologist, which is what I am, really. I'm a thinker about how life emerges on our planet and on other planets. But somehow people associate me with race and IQ because it's just the only place where they can get a true discussion about it.
I mean, it definitely, like, I remember like treading into that very treacherous territory online and doing those debates, and it did seem like people were a little too confident on both sides about, you know, the information and data that's available. But the fact that the conversation was so suppressed, it just created more intrigue. So it's like there is that like give and take with those kind of influences.
Yes.
One of my chatters says JF may be a sociopath, but that was excellent marketing. Do you feel like you said you're the most mentally healthy, but do you think you're do you feel like an empathetic person, or do you kind of vibe with the sociopath thing?
No, I have many dimensions. I have definitely a capacity for empathy, and I can be very empathic, but I have guards up also, which is a sign of mental illness, because people who are too empathic and who develop too much friendships, and they don't distinguish between, hey, this friendship is having a negative impact on my life versus this one that's having a positive impact on my life. You have to be discerning. And empathy as a whole is ridiculous. It's dangerous, in fact, because you're going to end up being empathic to some drugged up freak who's going to drain all of your energy and who's going to consume you away from existence. So am I psychopathic? Well, I am absolutely able to be in certain circumstances psychopathic when you need to be. And that's why if you ever have a heart attack, you want someone like me to be around, because I can, without emotion, apply what's objectively needed for you to survive. So yes, I think we have all of these dimensions of our personalities, but we deploy them in healthy versus unhealthy situations.
Interesting. Well, I wanted to ask you just a couple more questions. What do you think? Like, what do you think my chat's perception of you is right now? Because I'm seeing a lot of mixed, a lot of mixed. I don't know if you can see the chat right now. I'm just curious, like, what do you think they think?
Well, I think that this chat is eclectic. A bunch of people
They have
who
an
follow
eclectic
an
chat.
ex-drug addict, some right-wing, some left-wing, some of my fans are in there. So I would say simply, let's crush every other option, and let's say that this day is the day of JF's vindication. Please, everyone in the chat, type it right now. JF vindicated. JF did not murder Mama JF. JF is a good guy. Let's go. Let's see it. JF vindicated.
Oh, God.
Base JF.
Naptown said, why is he afraid of Ben Thorpe? Why did he dodge? Well, I guess you did kind of dodge the superiority question, but I mean, it's also a very loaded question where it's like, what do you even do with that? Because every population has its strengths and its shortcomings, you know, and it's generally not wise to analyze individuals on that basis. And usually people who have a strong association with like their race in that way, it tends to be because they don't have other accomplishments to reference, you know, if they get like hyper fixated on it.
Yeah, superior is always, there's always the question of which scale are we talking about? Because you can be superior in building a society that's stable. You can be superior in violence. You can be superior in brutality. You can be superior in anything, good or bad. But the question, do I appreciate white European greatness? Absolutely. And I think it is a great way to live among whites. And I do want to live among whites, and I do want this race to continue into the future.
Do you still support the ethno-state idea?
Well, effectively, yes. But it's like, it's going to require white flight, and we already have white flight. And effectively, I live in a white ethno-state right now. It's just not named that way, but I cannot see a non-European around me if I drive less than 3 hours.
Would you describe your life like currently like better or worse since Mama JF left?
Better, because I found a girlfriend who is absolutely beautiful and great, a great mind, a mind that's a little bit like you, Ruby. I would like to think that my girlfriend currently is a little bit the path you could have taken if you hadn't gotten into drugs. And as such, she is looking younger than you. She is looking less ruined by life than you are. But in a way, she has your revolted spirit and spirit of principled solidity and moral pillar inside of her that I admire. So I am currently with the best woman I've ever been with. And that's thanks to Mama JF leaving gracefully and also telling me, JF, I want you to find a woman like that. I want you to find a mom, because I don't want these children to be suffering from missing a parent in their life. And so Mama JF ordered me to find a woman of that quality, and I found her. And at first, I told Mama JF, I'm not doing this. I'm going to wait for you to come back. But eventually, a candidate has shown that was of such high quality that I couldn't say no.
Interesting. I mean, I feel like I appreciate your honesty, but do you see how maybe it could seem like insensitive to like her? I mean, it perhaps was an insensitive question, but it's a hard
insensitive by normie morality. But Mama JF is not a normie. Mama JF did not think like you guys do in terms of jealousy. Mama JF wanted the best for me and for her children as she left. And she put me on that path of getting the best for all of us.
Do not lock the doors. No. Sorry, my chat's pulling me in like 1,000 different directions. I got great viewership. A lot of people were really curious about this. And there's definitely a mixed audience. I don't know what to make of it because there's a lot I don't understand, but I tend to get fixated on things I don't understand. So I just would have to learn more about it. But you definitely are an interesting character, you know. And where do you, so you're on Rumble now? Because I was trying to find your channel. So you're not on YouTube or like any of those, just Rumble
No,
now?
I'm currently on Rumble, JFG tonight, every night during the week. So 5 days, 4 days, 5 days a week, I do a show. And I also clip on my X account at JF Gariepy. Yeah, that's where I am these days.
Awesome. And if you want to stay, I was going to take some calls from the audience. It's up to you if you want to interact with any. We've got all kinds of different characters here, but
Well, I'll have to go, but let's take 1 or 2 calls and then I'll go.
all right. And sorry, no Thorpes for this one. I can't. That's just going to be too much. But I'm sure, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they've been on the prowl to find anyone to collaborate with because they burn all their bridges. But perhaps you, they're going to set their sights. All right. Let me drop the link and take 1 or 2 calls. Oops. Sorry, my internet sucks. But yeah, I just dropped the link, people, with the StreamYard link in chat. Yeah, no flashing of genitals or people. Radio Foreman, don't scream the N-word over and over. Basic stuff, people. Awesome. We have Ava the G, who's one of my good friends and collaborators, who is going to join the panel. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
I have a few questions. Thanks for coming on, by the way, JF. It's very gracious of you to do. And I'm just wondering, what do you miss most about your was it your wife?
My common law spouse, Mama JF.
Yeah.
What do I miss the most about her?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's hard to miss something from such a eclectic mind. Let's say I really enjoy the fact that she's gone. But I guess I may miss some of the excitement of a absolutely crazy mind that can make up things. I guess I miss the days where she was truly adoring me as a hero and as a king. And I miss the days where I was with this woman who was admiring me as such a god that she went to do illegal graffitis in my name. Apparently, people are claiming that she went out there and made graffiti saying how much I'm a king of the world. I miss that.
Oh, I saw. Oh, I was gonna upload. I saw that picture and the footage of her doing graffiti, and she was writing she was writing "I love JF Gariepy," and then she also wrote something about like Warski, and I was like, bro, she's spray painting the names of all these YouTubers just all over town. Fuck, I don't know if I upload it. But I can probably pull up the image pretty quickly.
Okay. Okay, so you're kind of trolling right now.
I'm not trolling.
You definitely are, because there's no way that someone actually like serious would be saying that, right?
No, that's seriously what a healthy relationship is between a man and a woman. Of course, you, woman of the 2025 era, you can't understand because you have been brainwashed by feminism.
Hold on. Okay, yes, I'm a yeah. I'm a brainwashed feminist. But okay, so why are you so honed in on this one narrative of that she left and that she's okay? Like, why do you not weigh the possibility of anything else that could have possibly happened? Like, what if somebody had taken her phone and like you would think that you'd be racking your brain for all the possible possibilities, but it just seems odd to me that you're stuck on like this one particular narrative.
I'm open to all possibility, but I, as a common law spouse of Mama JF, I'm obligated to believe first and foremost her word. And
but what if that's not her word, though?
That I still carry on my phone, which no doubt came from her, because she was telling me private things that only she knew. And she was speaking in the way she usually speaks, in a way that's very recognizable, in French. And her words in French to me are, JF, I'm about to disappear. You'll never hear from me again. No one ever will. I have to go by what I know, and this is what I know for sure.
So what did she say to you that only you would know? Or
She gave me her Gmail password, which I already knew. She was talking in French in ways that are very Quebecois recognizable. No doubt it was her. In fact, we had a little phone conversation in that time where she was texting me. It's just that there was bad reception, so we switched to text.
She gave you your Gmail password, and there's proof of that?
There's proof, yes. The police has all this conversation, and I've been interviewed about the conversation, and I translated from French to English to them so that they could understand what every word meant.
Oh, the police didn't even speak French.
Well,
So
I mean, they could verify later, but I was speaking to an English policeman, as it turned out, so I was explaining to him that that's what a translator would tell you about these words.
Okay. All right. What if somebody? I don't know. It just feels so odd to me that you're. I mean, I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about your case, right? Like, so, I think the reason why I'm kind of coming in hot here is because it just seems so odd to me that like you just don't seem to be like upset about this or wanting to like spread awareness about like where could she have possibly gone. I mean, it's the mother of your children, right? Like, even if she left and you're like, okay, you're just happy with her leaving and you don't want to make sure that she's like okay for like the sake of your
Stop
kid.
thinking about what I seem to project and start thinking about my effective action. Do you think I could have acted in any other way that would further amplify the public interest in the disappearance of Mama JF? Mama JF is an international star with tens of millions of people wanting to find her. I don't think I could have made a better job, even if I wanted, for her story to be more exposed.
Tens of millions? No. Okay, I didn't even know. I'm into true crime and I haven't even known about this. Like,
well, yeah, because you don't know about the internet, but once you get connected,
No,
you'll see it's a great place. Get fiber optics
I'm on the
and
internet.
stop talking us from your cell phone.
Okay. Wait,
You're
hold
not
on.
connected.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, Ava, you might have to leave and rejoin. It's getting that little like that that sound. I don't know why that happens, but I think if you leave and rejoin, it'll fix.
Okay,
And also
that's
XP is backstage, and we got Dono from Schizos, but thank you so much. Great channel. Jeff, how do you feel about Kraut downfall?
Oh, I feel great because that's a YouTuber skeleton that I wear on my hood every time I drive around town. Here's a YouTuber that I literally destroyed, and he came back, and now he's doing really useless stuff that's not interesting. But he's not confronting anymore the way he wanted to be, confronting right-wing ideas because he knows he lost. He told me as much the Christmas of his destruction. He told me, you won, JF.
Wow. Welcome, XP.
Hey, what's going on, Ruby? How you doing? How's my audio today?
It's okay. It's a little crackly, but we don't want to hold it for too much longer. But
yeah,
maybe we'll take a couple questions from XP and we'll let you go.
Yeah, honestly,
Sorry,
I just got
interrogation session.
I just got one question, really, and I can't even take credit for this myself. This is something I saw in chat that wasn't getting brought up, so I wanted to bring some awareness to it. One of the chatters was asking, when you said that you were able to verify it was her JF because you knew her password to her accounts, wouldn't that then mean that if you know the passwords to her accounts that you could have been the one sending the messages because you could have just logged in?
I mean, if you think that I'm talented enough to have a false cell phone tower send a false signal from New Brunswick to me while I'm physically on Prince Edward Island, then yes, I guess in theory your ID works. But in practice, I cannot emulate a false tower at 2 physical locations that the police would immediately know about. Yes, I knew a couple of passwords from Mama JF, but not to the point where I could physically control her cell phone SMS.
Well, I believe cell phone spoofing is. I'm not an expert on this subject, and honestly, I'm not even all that familiar. I don't even know who you are, so I'm coming at this blind. asking questions here. But I believe self-spoofing is definitely a thing. I believe technically
Spoofing is a thing, but try to spoof from a different physical tower while sending across 2 different provinces without a collaborator of some kind. That's kind of hard. And that doesn't even get you to where I would have killed Mama JF. You're getting to, oh well, I would have faked her last message to me. But then what? How do I kill Mama JF who's in New Brunswick while I'm in Prince Edward Island?
Shout out to Distinction in the chat. As far as my brain cracking in regards to the question, like I said, this wasn't my question. I'm just reporting what the chat wanted to.
I'm XP. I can just like hardly hear you.
Yeah,
I'm so,
yeah. Hold
I'm
on.
so
Can
sorry.
I ask a question?
I just
his audio is always horrible.
I can't hear him.
I just Googled it. Yeah, go ahead and read that first.
Jakey, thank you. Or Jakeyist said, "Hey JF, I'm a Christian, but I love your book. Fuck these haters." So you've got some supporters, but definitely divisive. I feel like the people are divided because there's just a lot. It's a very wild case, especially the way you describe it. It's hard to believe, but sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. So I don't want to act like that's not even an option.
Can I ask? Because I just Googled the case details like while I was disconnected for a second there, and it says that like she left her credit cards and stuff at home, and that there was no evidence of like Gmail passwords being shared or anything.
I don't know where you get this. There was no evidence of Gmail password. It did happen, and it's a conversation that the police has. Now,
how about the credit
cards? Yeah, she did leave the family's credit card, and she told me if it can help you manage the finances, continue managing the finance in a way that protects our wealth for our children and for the inheritance toward our children.
And it also said that she left a cell phone as well. Is that not true, or is Google just lying to me?
No, Google is just lying here if it's saying this. She took her cell phone, but got rid of it 2 days later on the streets.
Why do you think she would do that?
Well, maybe because she had read Edward Snowden's permanent record and she went paranoid and said, I don't want to leave any record, I want to be free from the Matrix. That sounds like the most plausible reasoning based on what I know.
Oh, we got Lala here.
Okay.
All right. So a lot of people have had questions about your case. And I got to say, JF, I've heard that you deep cleaned your abode right after the disappearance of JF.
What race are you exactly?
Yes.
Hispanic?
Yeah.
Would you like the white girl to ask it for you instead?
Yeah,
I do not talk to low IQ individuals.
That sounds like, that's the kind of accent I expected from this guy. Okay, so you're saying what? Sorry?
So basically, you deep cleaned your place after your wife went missing, which coincidentally would seem like something somebody guilty would do if something were to happen horribly in that house to clean it. Like you deep cleaned it with like a suit on and all that, right? Bleach?
Well, I mean, bleach. Yes, I use scrubbing bubbles, actually, which contains bleach. What can I say? There's other reason to clean a house than you have killed someone. And
no,
one
of course.
The reasons is you just had your spouse leave and she told you, I'm leaving forever. And now you have a whole house to care for yourself and you want to put it in some degree of order and some degree of cleaning. So yes, I did use scrubbing bubbles. Yes, I did.
So that was the first time you deep cleaned the house like ever, basically, after she was non-existent.
No. Where do you get that it's the first time I ever
Because
did?
you implied that Mama JF was cleaning it prior, so I mean, probably, right?
She was participating to the care of the house before, but I was also doing it sometimes. I'm not leaving it as an exclusive female responsibility. Sometimes I clean, yes.
Ah, okay. So my thing with you is that at some point, I feel like are people still searching? Because people aren't really following your case really on the internet. After a certain amount of months, it's been what, a year? Like, what do you think happened? Did she like starve to death? 2 years. Wow, that's rough. That's tough.
I've already answered these questions with Ruby. What do I think happened? I think that my hypothesis that I like to live with is that she didn't get killed or raped by a random trucker, and that she's out there with a weird guy just fresh coming out of a psychiatric hospital, and they're just tripping in some shack of Canada, maybe making babies even.
Okay, I have a great
said that
question.
there's a possibility that she possibly could have been kidnapped and raped, right? You're just saying that you don't
there's
want
a
to believe
possibility
that.
she's
But
been-
if you actually truly cared about her, right? Like, you would consider that as a possibility and looking to finding her. Because isn't it also true that she had some kind of intellectual disability or something
No,
along
that's
those lines that I've heard?
That is absolutely not true. And no, I
Ruby,
do not
can
care
you-
about her. I am
Is
with
that
a
true?
new woman, and that's all I care about. My
How
current
much
family.
higher is her IQ
It's-
than Mama JF? IQ difference.
Mama
please.
JF is
like
120
neurodivergent
IQ
to some degree,
approximately.
but it's unclear.
Jesus.
Mama
Could
JF
have been a lawyer.
is about 120 IQ. She is an extremely talented violinist and an artistic mind of the kind that I have rarely seen in females.
Okay, now my next question for you, JF, is that you said that you loved when Mama JF would venerate you as a hero of sorts in her life, right? Small mind, you were the hero in that mind. Now, my question to you is, how come she worshipped you yet basically ran away like a stray cat? Like, what was that all about?
So you see, you don't integrate the actual response that I give you. You are paranoid and you invent stuff like she had a small mind. Who said that? You
Okay,
decide this.
no, she's smart and she plays violin. That's
so
true.
you are trying to ask loaded questions on things that I've already answered, and you are doing so in such a gay tone of voice that I'm
You're the
gonna have
one that
to leave.
sounds like a Liberace over here. That's
I
crazy.
refuse to submit myself to such gayness. You are
Gayness.
disgusting.
It's
Stop
disgusting.
anal sex, please.
Stop anal sex. Oh, suffer,
Hold on.
bitch. Let's
Someone-
go.
Hold on. I have another question.
Oh
Someone
no,
said
he
that-
rage quit. Lalo, you ruined everything.
Let's go.
Fucking bro. Oh my god, Lolo.
French Canadian bacon got fucking cooked. Yes. Let's go. He got
Because
belted.
someone is saying that she's like delusional and has some kind of mental issues, and if somebody had mental issues like that, you would think that you would have a little bit of
No,
concern
he
if they had
leave, did he?
if they would have
He
some
did.
kind of concern that maybe something would have happened. And I want to clarify earlier the reason why
Get
I
your
said
fucking
like,
ass back on here. sorry.
there's no way that he was being serious in trying to convince us that he didn't. Oh damn it!
God damn it.
There's no way that he's like being serious when he was trying to convince us. And when I asked him, "What do
Okay.
you miss?" Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Notes about her, and he's literally just saying that he doesn't miss her and that he has his new girl and all this shit. Like, there's no way he's being serious in trying to like convince us of his innocence. Like at that point, he's just fucking off and saying, "I don't even care about convincing anyone. I'm just gonna troll here." Or
Well,
he's
it's pretty
just
stupid to
an
even go on
insane
panel and try to
psychopath.
defend
Like, that's
yourself
crazy
against
to say.
murder.
Oh well.
Do you guys know how stupid
All right.
you look up here?
I'm cashing
Taking
in. I'm
this whole
cashing into my
seriously.
chips. I won. Congratulations.
Lalo, you didn't win shit, dude. You were so embarrassing. The guy didn't even want to stick around. Lalo, you are the most embarrassing guy,
Listen,
the
people,
most
the interview was
unaware.
wrapping up. The interview was wrapping up anyway because there is going to be another segment with Merc off the perk in a little bit. And there were some other videos I wanted to go over, but I wanted to hear from chat and give people a chance to
I
talk
wanted
to him
to
because
talk
I
to
know
him
he's,
too.
getting
That
a lot
sucks that he
of.
quit.
I wish I knew
Well,
the
I
case a
just
little bit
messaged
better.
him and
Stevie, what's up with the grilled cheese?
It's
Zebra
one of the
meme.
greatest, it was one of the greatest fucking paintings ever.
Okay, what does it mean to you?
Okay, it's a rooster zebra contemplating grilled cheese. It's
okay.
Secrets to Chaos.
Okay.
I was driving on the way back. Did anyone ask what he found like attractive about her? Like what made him attracted to her or want to be with her to begin with? Did anyone ask that?
No, because they're asking really stupid questions like, do you
no, I
think
did
you're a
ask that. Did you
sociopath?
watch Foreman? I literally did
Ruby,
ask
I was
that
watching
question.
like
He
you were
said he
asking
loved
some
her.
dumb.
Ruby
Why
was
would
fine.
you
He
ask
went
somebody
into
that
it
might
for
be
a
a
while.
sociopath if they're a sociopath? You're like, dude, do you think you might be a sociopath? Do you like lying? Do you think lying is okay? Like, dude, if you actually
Those
think
were
the
actually
guy's
very
guilty-
revealing questions. I know you're too low
No,
IQ
they
to
weren't.
even
You
pick
just
up
sound
on
like
that.
you sound like a good guy.
Bye, bitch. All right. Shout out Get Crack for the 20 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated.
Also, like What kind of a fucking nerd lies to the internet about having sex with 200 women?
It was a wild claim, but yeah.
I'm sorry, I
don't know.
came in as bad cop there and did not
I'm glad
balance
that
it enough.
I didn't want to, I don't know.
We needed
I was just trying to-
distinction is right. We needed someone to play good cop more instead of bad cop, double tag team.
He was on his way out anyway, so I don't think that even made a huge difference because he was on for like an hour. It's going to be like an hour interview. And then he was, it was nice that he stayed to take some calls. And sometimes I've quit things and it's like a rage quit, but I just want it to end anyway. So you would just end on that note. And it's not that big of a deal. But people are like, oh my God, they freaked out and quit. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you're just over it. Thank you, EAE. Rejects.
What do you guys specifically believe? This is interesting. Christ, TBH, I actually believe him. He's a freak.
I mean, I got to give it to Lalo. I think he won. I mean,
bad cop, gay cop.
So much, Layla. Holy shit, making it rain in chat. I appreciate it so much, guys. Adding to the
He has a
board.
fetish for women with
yeah,
with
that's
illness.
like he just wants to control people. I mean,
Get crack. Oh, why does no pen work? So the options of things we could watch, there was some other content about JF. We could stay on that topic for a bit until Merc comes on, or we can just go back to the Xena and Darius fight, or LCU stuff. I don't know, whatever Chat wants to do. I don't care.
When is Merc coming on?
I said like between like 6 and 7. So yeah, let me just send this link out to her.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah! Wow, that was intense.
I love when, that is funny. Did he ever meet Lalo before, or did he just started calling him gay right off the bat?
Right off. Yeah, I don't think he's met Lalo at all. I think there's a lot of people in this sector he just hasn't come across just because they're newer people, and he was more involved like on YouTube, back in the day.
Envy, you should have hit the link, dude. He dated a 19-year-old in Texas. Dude, Envy, you should hit the
I asked him about that. I said that
lot.
I asked him if he specifically targeted mentally handicapped people. And we talked, and I said that I got the impression by reading the court documents about the 19-year-old and the custody battle that ensued when he tried to marry her. And he said that he's fucked 200 people, so it just happens that there's some retarded people in the mix, for lack of a better term. I don't know. Maybe I should pull the chat. Let's see what people think.
Yeah.
And this is the graffiti that Mama JF did. She went out and painted his name all over their town that they live in, and then also wrote like something about Andy Worski, who used to work with JF. They had a show together.
Peaksy
like,
has a
back in the
point.
day.
He did make a lot of money off of Bitcoin. So yeah.
I mean, he's living in a house like that.
The escorts right here, Peaksy.
This is so weird, dude.
That dude is like, he's the kind of guy that women like cover their drinks when he walks in the bar. Like that's the kind of vibes he gives off.
I mean, I'm gonna make a poll because I'm curious what people think. I don't get it. It obviously seems very sus and like, but it is, there's also sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. And she did, like, from doing some research, she was an eccentric person who would go like leave on trips, and it's like that part's not implausible, but like what could happen was he was just entirely negligent and took advantage of that and like just dropped her off and would be perhaps like,
bro, there were so many red flags in that, and it's like honestly I didn't want to come up, but I felt like somebody needed to like give some harsher pushback. I wish that somebody else had come up that like knew the case better, but like there were so many just red flags in the way that he's like communicating about the whole thing, like the way that he is. It seems like he's primarily trying to defend himself instead of like spreading awareness or have any worry? Why do you not have any worry of where this person could be?
Well, I think he ended up revealing a lot, and that's why I wanted to keep things very open ended and not put him on the defense. And we learned a lot through this. He never mentioned before that he was on drugs.
I just remembered what this reminded me of. This whole thing.
What?
There was a show back in the day, Unsolved Mysteries, and like one of the first episodes, they interviewed a guy whose wife mysteriously disappeared, and this guy had like no worries that she was gone. He's like, yeah, I'm married again, and I'm happy and stuff, and gave off the same like vibes as this dude.
I do think it's also like disturbing that he does enjoy being thought of as a murderer. Like he said he leaned into that, you know, and that he's played around with that public perception and views it ultimately as a good thing because it's still getting his name out there.
Because he's a scumbag.
Yeah.
Like the guy's a worthless piece of shit. Like I don't care what fucking book he put out.
I think that seems to be the take. Yeah. Like,
I mean, I don't really know.
I received that from the audience, but I'm going to do a poll because I am curious what people think if this interview changed your perception of the situation. I can't say it totally did for me because I was leaning towards thinking that my thought is that he was just extremely negligent and actually did perhaps drop her off. But then all of the cleaning, it kind of insinuates that, you know, there's just a million red flags, like people are saying, but at the same time, I don't want to attack someone, get them to shut down because he did end up like rage quitting once people went a little harder. But
definitely plays into ambiguity.
Yeah. Oh, All for Nothing Analysis is doing a video. They haven't done that in a long time. Someone sent me one of their videos recently. They do good like Thor coverage.
What are the odds? Okay, hold on. What are the odds you think JF and Ben are gonna like?
Dude, 100% odds. I promise you that Ben is in the DMs. If these people haven't connected before, I'm surprised because they have some similar odd takes. And you know, from what I saw, no offense, Jeff, but it does seem like he's probably narcissistic personality disordered and psychopathic. But
yeah,
you know, he
is like JF doesn't know Ben. It's like, oh, he's going to.
Yeah, he's going to. He's going to. All right, let me go back to my playlist, see what else there is. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to send the link to Merc. That's what I was gonna do.
Man, if you ever get a chance, like, Unsolved Mysteries was kind of a show that like just creeped me out as a little kid because they put like true stories, then they mixed it in with like paranormal shit. But like, no, like the disappearance episodes. But no, I think it was like the first episode. Like that guy just looked totally guilty, and out of curiosity, I looked up that dude's Facebook, and when I repost something, people are like, "Hey, why'd you kill your wife?"
That's pretty wild stuff. It's surreal. I mean, it's surreal to even. I was surprised he said yes to even discussing it, considering just talking about it, he, you know, could accidentally implicate himself in something. But it's been a few years, and I was looking at the Canadian police website and looking at other court documents, and it does not seem as if there's an active investigation, but that there was like a police interview, and he was withholding of like some details. JF has stated women, at least according to court documents that I believe, that seem quite, you know, credible to me. And especially considering how Mama JF acted, it's just, what's confusing to me is if she was, you know, drinking a lot on stream. I'm confused by people saying she acted quite different off of stream. Some people have even implicated that he might have like drugged her to make her act different, which I have no idea, like, you know. But
when's your friend coming on? Merc?
I just sent her the link like 1 minute ago. I totally forgot to send it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make this poll and see what chat says. Active investigation. Have you been to Canada lately? I mean, I was surprised, and also there was nothing from the family looking for her. There was just let me pull up the. This is like the only activity I was able to find, just like Googling her name and trying to get more details on her. But, you know, just in case, this is what she looks like. And this is it's unlikely that she's still alive. But
Who knows if someone finds maybe an article of clothing that looks familiar? You never know. But that's her. And it's all, yeah, I didn't know that she was doing like heavy drugs too, or what's up
I
with
just
that?
remembered something funny. Well, actually, it's fucked up. It's not really funny, but like, okay, this one guy, I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend disappeared, and they're interviewing him on the news, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, because like I think they're digging. They're like, oh, we found her body, and the guy, you can see the look on the guy's face. He's like, he's getting like white, like a ghost. He's like, what? You found her body?
Oh my god, I think I know that video. Wait, we should
Yeah.
watch that. It's creepy.
Yes.
I just dropped the link for the poll, people. Please vote. I'm super curious to hear what people think, if they found their view was altered in any way by the interview. Yeah, it was definitely an interesting conversation. And he had some, you know, there were a couple of moments where I was like, oh my god, this is a little crazy. If JF was black, you'd be all glazing lefties. If JF was black, Virginia says, dude's 100% guilty. Jakey says, I know I read his book and watched his show. Yeah, and I used to unironically watch his show in debates, and, you know, I didn't agree with him, but I was just interested in that topic, so he ended up on my timeline quite a bit for a while. Lawyer Lalo says, guilty. He called you gay. He said he left because you were so gay. What the heck is it?
I think he found
You know
Lalo
what it is?
cute.
I actually don't think I don't think Lalo's gay. Like, I don't get this, like,
I don't think he
gay
is either,
obsession.
but I do think JF probably found him cute.
Maybe that's it. Actually, I saved a video about how a lot of narcissists are psychologically gay. Also, I found like these comments are like so inaccurate about me. Someone was like, there's a reason she works in a shop with her mom. I do not work in a shop with the store I work in has nothing to do with like my family at all. Girl needs to be supervised because she can run her own life. Happened since I was 16. Yeah, it's kind of a mess, but I get by just fine. Suck my dick.
Candy Warhol.
And these are the
oh,
times that
sorry.
guardianship feels like it might be justified. These type of people should not be on the internet. Like, what the fuck? People just spread these fake Ruby narratives all over the place with ease.
Yeah. Candy Warhol said something. The guy with the big Caucasian afro. Yeah, that's exactly. I just remembered he had a big stupid hairdo.
Yeah. Yep.
I wouldn't. I don't know if was it a full afro or just kind of like he tried to grow one.
I don't
Or
know.
was it
but
like
we'll
a
find out.
like Keith Morris from the Circle Jerks when he tried to? I think he still has dreadlocks, but
Let me just see the results on this. Is he guilty? I mean, if I had to bet, I guess I'd do yes, but I'm not solid either way. Honest. I guess I just need to learn more, perhaps.
he definitely didn't make a good case for himself.
Yeah. Interesting. This is about what I expected. So it's like 75% of people leaning towards guilty, but we'll give that some time, get some more votes in. And let's pull up that video you're just talking about. Look at that. What do I look at? Murderers on news.
Oh, yeah, murderer finds out on. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh,
look at that.
They first interviewed McDaniel the day after Lauren Giddings was reported missing in June of 2011. Reporter Michelle Casada found him standing outside the apartment building where he and Giddings had lived, and now know was the scene of the crime. He talks about joining Giddings' friends to look for his law school classmate and how they entered her apartment to see if there was anything wrong. It was also the first time McDaniel found out that a portion of Lauren Giddings' body had been recovered by police from the dumpster where he had put it. Knowing now that McDaniel had murdered and dismembered Giddings, the interview provides a glimpse inside the mind of a killer as he builds his story and his alibi. Take a look.
Person that was living there?
Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time or anything like that?
No one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I mean, you always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much.
He should have provided her
She just
the
recently
Gmail.
graduated from Mercer?
Yeah, she and I were both JD students. We graduated back in May,
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know any enemies she might have had? Somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her. Because we went over. One of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here. I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you heard any? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen
Oh
anything there?
God.
I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
Wow.
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Oh my God. I mean, I've seen this like so many times, but every time it's like,
Oh, he needs to sit down. Oh
Welcome to my scientifically informed insider look
there needs
at
to be
mental
a
health
Todd
topics.
Grande on
If you
JF.
find this video to be interesting or
there should be
What's
a.
that?
Imagine if Todd Grande covered JF.
It's plausible that he
It's
could.
good.
Who knows?
Honestly, dude, like
Everything else.
that guy's behavioral patterns and the way he talks, like Todd Grande could cover that dude. Somebody should send it to him. I'm trying to find that unsolved.
When forensic health professionals evaluate stalking, 4 essential items are taken into consideration: the nature of the relationship between the stalker and the victim, the stalker's motivations, the psychological, psychopathological, and social realities of the stalker, and the psychological and social vulnerabilities of the victim. The subject of this episode is 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel, and to gain a deeper understanding of the foregoing components, we have to extract certain elements through the knowledge of hindsight. The evolution of technology over the past 2 decades has made forensic investigations considerably more efficient. 2 of the items on this list can now be examined through a single component, which would otherwise take forensics weeks or even months to conduct in a previous era. And that component is the internet, or more specifically, internet search history. The disclosure of web browser data is often a crucial piece of evidence for building a case, as it can unveil many aspects of a suspect's personality that would otherwise be kept hidden. And this is sometimes far more effective than anything else presented in court, including information extracted during a full confession. Without going into specific detail, a large majority of the subject's time was spent watching porn that surrounded the theme of violence and torture. He would also conduct back-to-back searches of how to commit sexual assault, and would type in several variations of the phrase, "how to molest sleeping girl," to forensics. This is an overt sign of desensitization to sexual activity. Excessive exposure to online pornography can have this effect over time. It can build up a tolerance to the traditional idea of sex, therefore the subject may continue a more potent form of stimuli to get the same rush. For Stephen McDaniel, this began with watching abstract material on the internet and eventually led him to planning and then carrying out what he saw on screen. His target...
Sorry, guys. I'm switching because I wanted to see, especially before the Merc interview, I was curious to watch this just to see what people are saying. I know that's Glenn Greenwald. It's probably going to be shitty, but I'm curious to just learn a little more about Kick. Or unless you guys want to go back to the killer video. Let's see.
The report we're doing tonight is a bit off the beaten path from the sort of topics we typically cover, but we decided nonetheless to do it because we think the topic merits a lot of attention. There is this entire world that most journalists don't know about, primarily because they're too old to pay attention to it, even though the people who dominate the world in terms of influence and the like are infinitely more famous than
I think it's just
potential than
Kick is not that large of a platform, and they're trying to get people. So there's like
streaming. Many of
there's
these
just
people
low standards of, I don't know what you call it, like self-moderation, because like the kind
Well,
of
it's going to be
brands.
more competitive with Twitch. I think it's going to become like the next like competitive thing. Like,
Well,
Twitch
that's the
seems to be
thing,
on
man.
the
Do you
down.
think if it gets bigger, they're gonna be more like YouTube and more, or Twitch, and be more cautious of their
Probably. I mean, they're right now they're known for all these domestic fucking violence incidents breaking out on these live streams. So it's like
it feels like they would get the same, like they'd get the same sponsors that that you'd see, like just porn sponsors on like 4chan back in the 2000s.
Yeah, exactly.
Millions and millions and millions of followers and fans all over the world, typically within the age group of 12 to 24. And so they often fly under the radar of what corporate media pays attention.
Yeah, I've been following JF's career since like 2016, actually, because of my interest in like genetics and IQ and stuff when I used to debate that. So I followed him on and off, and yeah, I would agree with that, but I'm obviously not going to say that I wanted to have him talk and feel open to say stuff, but yes, I did research him. No, I just asked some random guy, just like, what's up?
The most famous among them are on the level of pop stars or A-list Hollywood actors in terms of the amount of fame that they wield, and yet most journalists who are over 30 don't even know their names, let alone know anything about this world, and it receives very little attention, although given the influence it wields, it deserves to. And one of the sites that is one of the newest players on the scene has exploded very quickly because of enormous amounts of money behind it, and his name is Kick, which has become a streaming competitor of Twitch. Twitch, for a long time, was by far the leading platform for people who spend all day streaming. They play video games, they talk about politics, they talk about culture, and millions of teenagers and young adults all over the world watch these people. Talking about tens of millions of fans. Twitch is owned by Amazon, and it has become increasingly repressive, like a lot of big tech has, and so it's driven away many of its top stars, and a lot of them are now going to this platform called Kick, which is offering enormous sums of money in order to lure these very well-known and influential.
I'm gonna be ADHD and switch again because I actually have a video about being psychologically gay and narcissistic.
Narcissistic men aren't psychologically straight, even though sexually they may be. They sleep with women, flirt with them, and even marry them. But deep down, their loyalty, admiration, and emotional allegiance belong to men, not in a romantic or sexual sense. Always,
Thank you,
but in a
Naptown. Appreciate
way
it.
That reveals something.
When they say like psychologically, when they say psychologically, like it's more of just like a manipulation standpoint and not so much just like a.
No, like they're romantically and not sexually, I think is what he's kind of saying. So, and just using the term psychological, like you have this psychological inclination towards the same sex in every single way, except this one very isolated way. It's like kind of common. And I think that would explain that, plus being autosexual and attracted to yourself could explain the fixation on like gayness with certain narcissists.
So, I mean, basically, what's the word for just all sexual, pansexual, or just, I don't know how to put this in the words. Like it feels like sexuality through a manipulation standpoint, regardless of what sex or gender or.
Dude, this video is not troll. I swear this guy has dozens and dozens of videos. It's not trolling. You guys just maybe aren't ready for it. Okay, well, just give him a chance.
An obsession with male dominance, a pathological need for approval from other men, and a deep-seated belief that women are fundamentally flawed and inferior. This is more than attraction. It is codependency on male validation. And it's not just disturbing, it's misogyny in its rawest form. These men use women as trophies, but worship men as gods.
I think
they'll make love to their wife in the bedroom and
I was sold on it.
hours anxiously obsessing over whether their
like, I don't
male
think it's
friend's
specifically
father or brother
psychologically gay. It's just.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's just on what you think you can get or where you trying to get. I think it's like sexual through manipulation, regardless of. That's my guess.
How they are living their life. Their definition of manhood is not internal. It is shaped by a fraternity of male figures whose opinions
I
matter
found the
more
Unsolved
than their
Mystery
own
episode. That
spouse's
dude has like the
emotional
weirdest
safety.
eyes.
And that is what makes...
Who does?
Oh, that Unsolved Mysteries episode I was talking about the guy whose like wife disappeared and he just does not seem bothered by it at all. It's just
some people are psychopathic, you know. Truth seers, Ruby handled it perfectly. He even insulted her. I couldn't have handled it like that, Ruby. Yeah, I mean, I just don't really care about when people perceive me in certain ways, especially if they have like an inclination against women already. I don't even take it personal, honestly. So I wasn't gonna like derail it by being like, I do have like, once you're arguing your worth to someone, it's like you either value their opinion or you don't. And thank God, you know, my self-esteem isn't, you know, externally. It doesn't have like an external locus of control. But yeah, I don't think, maybe it's psychologically gay, the term is maybe throwing people, but I think he's onto something.
Dependent on male dominance. Hi, I am Danish, a narcissistic abuse recovery professional. Welcome to my channel. I have spent years observing this unspoken dynamic that most people don't even realize exists. What I am about to explain isn't a theory. It's something I have lived. It is something I have seen play out in my own family. And it is something many survivors of narcissistic abuse see, but cannot always name. So let us name and shame it. This isn't about sexual orientation. A gay man may not desire women, but that doesn't mean he sees them as worthless. In fact, many gay men have deep friendships with women because they recognize their intellect, humanity, and strength. A narcissistic man, on the other hand, sees women as beneath him. He can be straight, married, even have children, but in his mind, women are emotional laborers, caretakers, or background props. He does not respect their ideas, their voice, or their autonomy. He needs women to exist in the orbit of his ego, not to challenge him, guide him, or grow with him. And this is where it gets psychologically twisted. A narcissistic man does not operate as an individual. He operates as a puppet of male expectation. His identity isn't anchored in values, integrity, or truth. It is anchored in how other men perceive him. He is terrified of being
Do you feel there's just
weak, soft, emotional,
like I
or
looked up a
under the
lot of like behavioral videos like narcissism and you know what I mean? And it feels like there's just a lot of people making the same. I'm not saying this guy is, but do you ever notice like an abundance of content of people just coming in? It's like they're just memorizing certain things.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, I hate saying, okay, the internet, it's a hub for narcissists and grifters and stuff, but I feel like there's all these videos that are just memorizing like certain talking points on how to spot it. I don't know what you call it, the narcissism video.
Well, they're probably trying
complex.
to replicate the data and information they made. So there's going to be some like commonalities. So, but I don't think there's anything wrong with memorizing data and trying to actively apply it and share that.
No. I think it's just more like copying other people.
Do you think he's copying? I couldn't find much of a logical gay thing. I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of repetitive things, but also people learn via repetition.
I don't know. It's going to get to the point where see, we need wall prawns.
I don't know what's going on.
Is Prawn's in this one, right?
Yeah, his account got suspended from this.
YouTube or Kick or
Kick?
How do you get suspended from? Was there a fight
for
in
filming
this?
a fight? There was a fight.
Yep,
Yeah, there was
that'll do
another
it.
fucking fight. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. They need to not be in the same place. And Prawn says it. You should get away from it. It's just so messy and dark.
I want to know.
Why are you so mad about that?
It's funny. It's just funny that you're still a slave at 30 years old.
I mean, you were
30
literally
years
sobbing
of
your
slave.
eyes out at the event because I don't love you anymore.
Hey,
No, I was talking my eyes out 'cause I was
You were
dumb- I
crying
was
to
dumb
me and
before.
Kimmy and talking about how you don't want to tell me how to be a good person.
Oh! What is the timing?
What the hell? This is insane behavior. Like,
It was staged.
no, I think they're just mentally ill and they don't give a fuck and are just profiting off of it, but like are just fully in the sick cycle. Like it looks like real emotion to me. because it's also like embarrassing for him. It's not. He doesn't seem cool. He seems just like weirdly aggro. It's like I don't know that much about the situation. I guess Xena was there with this guy Shoovy, who's like a 19-year-old kick streamer, and it seems like they may or may not be hooking up. But it seems like she keeps kind of like rubbing it in his face. I don't know why she's at his house with this guy. That's crazy in the first place. They should just like be far away. They need God. I pray for their souls. I really do.
What timing?
I was watching some videos. A lot of like comedians and streamers like regret moving to like Texas because they just were not ready for like the awful humidity, the horrible traffic. Like, I'm curious as to what. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Prawn stuff recently. I don't know what he still thinks of it, but.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to get in touch with Princess about his thoughts on all of this. If he wants to stay living there, I think he's on the lease. So it's, but yeah, Christchurch. I think that she seems to relish. When I watch these, she seems really, and other people have noticed this and said this. She's like in her element. She's like really, I don't know. It seems to like spark this dark pleasure in her to see all of these men losing their minds over her, and then the boost from the views, I can only imagine, and she's openly into like witchcraft, so who knows, man. Darius looks crazy. He looks so crazy.
Prawn is just there to party and revert to adolescence and hookup culture.
I know, like, dude, this isn't your content.
Hey guys, chill.
I'm reading what Quadratic wrote. But...
You a big man, huh?
You won't get in trouble for streaming this on YouTube.
I don't think it's an issue to cover because I've already covered these people. They're always fighting.
Gotcha.
But don't give people any funny ideas. Oh, dude, and this was disgusting. He just started, like, she's being disgusting in her own way, but spitting on her? That's fucking crazy. And then the fact that everyone's just filming this depravity, it's so dark. Bro, it's demonic.
That's gross. Like,
she's a succubus.
Oh! Wait.
Oh! Shit.
that is like assault though, like spitting on someone. Like,
she fucking kicked him.
Oh, whoa!
Easy.
Get out of my house! Get out of my house!
Hey guys, don't.
Get out of my house! Six.
it reminds me of this one dude I met at the bar. Like, he was an older guy. He's like, oh, easiest way to get away with a fight is like, and this guy, I've seen this dude do it. He would stick his hand down he'd argue with someone. He would stick his hand down their throat and get their slab and then put it on his face and be like, and claim that they spit on him and give him an excuse to beat them up. It's fucked up.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so gross. Yikes.
Yeah.
Get out of my house, 7. Get out of my house. Let's go for number 8, boys. Get out of my house, 8.
Get out of my house, 8? This is not flattering or good behavior, Darius. What? This is low. You're like squawking and spitting and just it's also sick, but like she's definitely, it seems like she's played into it too. Oh, we've got another celebrity in the chat. Welcome aboard, Talmud. Welcome aboard. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of fighting that happens with her and other creators that's rewarded. It's just, I find it to be pretty disturbing. Right? She rebels in it, yeah. It's dark.
Oh, bro. Oh, whoa. Hey guys, hey. Oh, no. Hey, Darius. Bro. Oh! Yo.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
wait, who's the bald guy? That's not Darius, is it?
It is.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know he shaved his head. I thought that was just some.
No, that's Darius. Yeah, he did some prison challenge that Ice Poseidon did, and
So dumb,
one of the
dude.
challenges, I guess, was to like shave his eyebrows and head.
No.
I didn't watch it that much.
Hey, Gina, stop it,
Have
stop
some
it.
self-respect.
Hey!
Stop, bro.
Oh, they were cute though, fighting each other. It's crazy.
Come on, bro.
Get them off me. Yeah. Hey, chicken. Chicken, stop. You're choking me, bro. I'm good. Yo. Stop. Please. Hey, chicken. Chicken is done. Chicken is done.
I know, I got
Yo.
They still got their ass beat.
It's okay. Chicken. You're good. What happened? Chill, chicken. You okay?
You like hurt or anything?
Yeah, the fact that she just that would drive me insane if someone was like on my property and just refusing to leave. I would be like, that would drive me insane too. But like, you know, these people already have issues, and then you mix in tons of alcohol and God knows what else. Exactly. It seems like it could, I don't know. This could end so badly. Death, jail.
I don't know where Prawn's from, but I remember him saying one time he lived in Chicago. Like, that would be a way cooler city to live in. It's walkable. There's more to do there. Texas,
There's
and
like a bunch of different angles because everyone was filming it too.
Texas and California are just these like sprawled out like suburbs.
Yeah.
Yo, right, chill. Chicken, chill. Your phone, okay?
I don't know whose phone this is, but it's not mine.
Who? This is the chicken. Chicken!
Dude, she's a mess.
Chicken. What happened to chicken, bro? You okay? What's your eyes problem?
We got mace.
Mace?
Yeah.
Where? You have a mace?
I guess one of the streamers is named like Chicken Andy, I guess.
He got mace, bro? Crazy, bro.
And he hit me. That's him.
Hey, chicken. He's okay. He's done. Chicken is done. Chicken, your phone is here. Your phone is here. See your phone.
Oh, he's got a Deftones shirt.
He's done. Chicken is done.
Nice.
This is my frame phone.
Oh.
Bro, guys, it's fucking wild.
Oh god, the fucking Liver King got arrested for threatening Joe Rogan.
Everybody just fucking films and nobody tries to break.
Bro, that's some funny shit.
I try breaking stuff. Better than you, bro.
A lot of people be like, oh, Deftones, they're like mainstream. I'm
What's your
like, no,
phone?
they made some legit, like, good shit. And
Yeah, a lot of I know people. It's like that. It there's a lot of bands of that kind of like genre where people are like that's not
It's
cool. To
okay,
like, or like, but it's
they're
good,
a
innovative
band.
music sometimes.
They get like labeled as new metal, and they hate that. They hate being called that and stuff. But they were inspired by bands like Faith No More and Mr. Bungle, which were also unfortunately inspiring to new metal because they don't like that genre either. But
Curious. So the police end up coming. Let me fast forward.
I think the videos you're playing are boring. Dude, I'm not playing any videos.
Who said that?
Someone says I'm playing boring video. These aren't my videos, dude.
This is me. Okay, this is me. If there's a higher quality video people want to react to, I just wanted to talk about this because I think it's important to like denounce this kind of like insane degeneracy and incentivizing like domestic violence. And I think there should be like a very vocal pushback to some of that. I'm not trying to, you know, be super
Trust
judgmental.
me, I would not recommend a Darius video, but
Yeah, this isn't. You really think Stevie would be like, "Oh, you want to see the Darius video?" Like,
I didn't even know the dude. I didn't even recognize him. I didn't.
or because you keep saying random shit. Okay. Tones are still rocking.
I'm not saying random shit because the video is boring. I have ADHD just like Ruby.
Dance.
Like I just
Yeah.
say random shit. Like
Exactly. We vibe with it, people. You get.
Hey
you
everyone, it's Barbara Ann. Welcome back to my channel,
I like
straight
this
out of
channel.
context. Copyright disclaimer. Under the Copyright Act of 1976, I am within my full legal right to share these following clips via video and audio. The following creators allow reshare, redistribution, and download of their content, and as always, I credit in the description box down below. Fair use, public domain, TikTok third-party license, and TikTok live automatic third-party license for the use of commentary, reaction, teaching, news reporting, research, comment, and criticism. I am legally within my basic human, civil, and constitutional right to share under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. To share my expressions, views, thoughts, opinions, feelings, and critiques. The First Amendment to the U.S.
dude,
Constitution
if I could get
guarantees my
paid
freedom of religion,
to like do
freedom to
music
exercise.
trivia, I would fucking love that. And someone in the comments said like, and you would have to switch genres. If somebody picks like modern country or today's hits, then I'm smoked. But
Yeah, I wouldn't even know about that. Well, I mean, you know, we get the gist of it. They're fighting again. The police were called. Pronce's account was suspended. That sucks. But it's only for a week, so he'll be back on Kick in a week. But it really does seem like a dark scene. I can't believe that already within a month we're having another huge fight.
I
between
just
people.
realized something. I used to play Song Pop on Facebook back in the day. That would be a cool thing for like Prawn or Low to host, or you, or like just you basically just guess by listening to it and stuff. I mean, if you'd have to bypass like copyright, but
true.
Of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, free assembly, and the right to petition the government and air my grievances. The First Amendment does not cover lies that amount to defamation, slander, libel, harassment, stalking, cyberstalking, bullying, cyberbullying, threats, or any other verbal crimes. If you haven't seen my previous video about Britney Spears, you probably wouldn't know that her behavior on Instagram is very alarming. This post right here, she had posted and taken down 2 times. This is the 3rd time she has reposted the same exact thing. She also posted a 2-second long video loop that was not photoshopped. In this post that she has re-uploaded for a 3rd time, you can clearly see that she used some kind of editing app to edit her waist and Jaden's waist to look smaller. You can tell by the vine plant holder on her balcony or patio and the door. You can see how it is warped. And in my previous video, I compare it to the actual video
that's like
loop.
those dudes that
you
would
can
like
tell. Now, Brittany has
they
access
would like make their
to
muscles
some of the
bigger
best
in
managed.
Photoshop and enlarging it, but like the bricks behind them would be like
Totally
expanded.
warped. Yep, that was like old school when people just started editing things. You know, they're a bit smarter
They didn't
about
understand the concept of like, you know, layers and keyframing and
it. I think some people still do it just to get attention too. Maybe it's like a marketing ploy, like,
lawyers,
people be
PR
like, "What the
firm,
fuck?"
people to help her with social media, people that would even Photoshop her videos and her photos to make them aesthetically pleasing the way she wants them to look. I can see no other reason than for attention-seeking behavior that she would post something like this, take it down twice and post it for a 3rd time. It's not a video or photograph that is revolutionary, but this is not something in and of itself is that big of a deal, other than it looks horribly photoshopped. It's all of the things that she posts in totality, collectively. Her obsession with little kids and babies, her obsession with sexually objectifying herself and her body, her constantly posting alcohol every chance she gets, and even dancing, humping things. And yes, I do not exaggerate. She humps counters and walls in her dancing videos. And her dancing, especially in her own videos that she posts on her Instagram, are a very far cry away from the Britney that we knew on stage, the pop star of the 90s, the all-American, Southern, blonde-haired girl next door type, the pure, the holy, the virginal. But the problem is that that image that they have curated for Britney Spears has never actually been who Britney Spears really is. And even 35 years later, the public still has a hard time reconciling that fact, that Britney Spears is flawed, that she is human, that she has made mistakes and done things that do not align with her public image and persona. Going all the way back to being a very pure Disney kid. The image and the persona that was crafted for her was a part of her career. I think Britney is Britney's own worst enemy. I think that Britney has had a hard time reconciling her career path and what she has chosen to do versus who she really is and what she really wants out of life. But that carefully crafted image.
Is it, as Frozen's piece says, isn't this very similar to like what 90% of women post? I mean, most women just have like normal Instagrams, you know, but if someone's like an Instagram model or a celebrity where their body is like a big part of their persona, you know, you're likely to see more like revealing stuff, but like it's definitely out there. She does it a bit more and a bit like, it always has like a grungy look to it. Like it's not polished, but that's also what I kind of like appreciate about her Instagram. Cause I think she's always been like that. She's always been like kind of tomboyish and like weird and Southern and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she grew up in like
right. Maybe she's avant-garde, right?
Louisiana.
Like, I mean, I post. Like,
oh, she definitely is avant-garde. Like the knife dancing.
Dude, I love
who Britney Spears really is and her career, her music persona, her performance persona, and the woman that we see in her Instagram posts are two totally different people. Yes, this is very attention-seeking behavior. All of her posts have been like that for many years, even when she was under a conservatorship. And there is a lot of speculation whether or not 13 years of forced psychotropic medications is what caused Britney to have the mental disability or mental illness that she has currently, or if her mental breakdown and behavior over 20 years ago is a direct symptom of her mental disability and her mental illness, combined with her self-proclaimed substance use disorder, her clear addictions. And if you didn't see my previous video about Britney Spears, I highly suggest you watch it because I show not only does she have an oral fixation with gum, 3 packs of cigarettes, 2 iPhones, but baby path.
Elora Patoine was born in Montreal, Quebec. Her mother was a sculptor, her father a physicist. She had 1 brother and 1 sister. Very little is known about Elora's early life. Her family, French-Canadian and private, have chosen not to speak publicly about her or her disappearance. What we do know is this: Elora was creative and curious. She studied mechanics at EMEMM, a trade school in Montreal. She played the violin, she loved cooking, and she was bold. According to Elora herself, she was wild, brave, impulsive. She once traveled to Europe alone with no plan, no connections, just went. She called the trip incredible.
I went to the Rainbow Gathering in Slovakia, and this was a big rainbow that was like, maybe 10,000 people. It was like huge, okay? And it was a big, they make a European one. So there was a lot of people there. I met some friends there.
You missed him, my brother. I've been for a couple hours. But he was on like 2 hours ago.
Lalo made him rage quit.
In 2012, students in Montreal took to the streets to protest a tuition hike. The students organized a nearly naked protest, stripping down to only red underwear to march for their cause. Elora, in her unconventional fashion, appeared fully nude, riding a bicycle with a trailer towing her equally disrobed friend. But somewhere in her online past,
Oh,
a different
he
story begins
has
to
a knife.
unfold.
How
Through
symbolic.
an old Twitter account, we can see that Elora first made contact with a man named Jean-François Gariépy when she was just 17. JF, as he's known, claimed he wasn't single at the time, so he put her in a queue, waiting until he was.
No,
his
Mama
words,
Jeff didn't
not
make
ours.
this. No.
Jean-François Gariépy
It's
is a
not AI
self-proclaimed
slop.
high
It's just
IQ
by a
internet
small
personality,
channel,
a
dude.
former
Like these
neuroscience
middle-aged
researcher
women, they
with
don't know
a
how to
PhD.
edit. Chill.
But behind that academic title is a string of deeply concerning behaviors and a disturbing pattern with young, vulnerable women.
Yeah, that was funny.
He's been married and divorced 3 times.
That was
In his
funny.
third marriage, his ex-wife accused him of threatening to take their newborn to Canada. Just one day after birth, she also alleged emotional abuse. But behind that academic title is a string of deeply concerning behaviors and a disturbing pattern with young, vulnerable women. He's been married and divorced 3 times. In his third marriage, his ex-wife accused him of threatening to take their newborn to Canada.
You don't
Just one day
say.
after birth, she also alleged emotional abuse. During the same time period of his third marriage, a Duke University undergrad reported an inappropriate sexual relationship with him.
I would hate to
while
have this
she was
guy's
his
DNA in
research
my
assistant.
bloodline.
She described emotional abuse. Gariépy insisted it was consensual.
I fell in love with a woman who was mentally retarded. She had autism.
Like, how bad was the autism?
Her father disagreed with her choice to live with me, to become my fiance, and to have a baby with me. So we lived together a few months. And since her father was disagreeing with our relationship, he intervened by going to what we call in the United States a ex parte probate hearing, which is a judiciary hearing in which you are found to be mentally incapable of making decisions as an adult.
Yes, he's disgusting. But let's get back to the focus and talk about Elora and JF and their love affair.
So infatuated, Elora was caught defacing a building in Montreal.
I tried to drive
as a
away in
declaration
my
of love for
white
her
Bronco.
favorite online personalities.
What Elora is wearing in this video is pretty much the exact outfit.
Right?
that was
It's great info,
reportedly
bad
last
edit.
seen in
It's
by
their very
JF
tiny channel.
Gariépy.
It's not like I've seen
I
worse.
said again,
It's not
proceeding,
great.
It's a little
actually, I
bad.
didn't
You'll
know
see.
what it was about,
It's-
and it's always frustrating.
See, we're just
to made over
faster.
again.
What
I
the
looked up the
fuck?
name and
What is she writing?
I put a heart.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
didn't want people to think was anything not extreme, but
Personally, I think it's adorable that she used pink and added hearts and smiley faces.
They moved to O'Leary, Prince Edward Island, population under 1,000. Elora bought them a small home. She was ready to start a family.
In 2020, Elora applied for a permit to add on to the home with storage and a greenhouse. The approximate costs were quoted to be $22,000. The greenhouse was put up haphazardly. It was definitely not worth $22,000. There is a giant hole being dug by JF in the backyard for quite some time. He reportedly stated it was for an addition to be added onto the home, the addition that never came. Many people are wondering why RCMP have not walked the property with cadaver dogs, as there are
We got
very
Marco
many
back.
suspiciously dug
Hold up.
spots.
Hold up. How do I pause this? Where is this sound? Music is like still happening. I have too many tabs open. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, Stevie, I'm going to kick you up.
Okay,
for
go
my
ahead. Go ahead.
Merc interview. So
Gotcha.
thanks for coming up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hi.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Well, I'm sorry. I know that was like so zoomed in. I fixed it. It was like, whoa,
Do I look
I know.
blue? I feel like I look blue.
You do? Maybe that's like a me computer thing because I feel like I have a blue tint as well, but yours is like more blue. I think
There
it
we
looks cool though. It's
go.
very aesthetic.
Yeah, we fixed it. So
Hi, thank you so much for coming on. I've been wanting to do this for a couple of weeks, and like it wasn't lining up, so I'm really glad that you could make the time.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So where are you? Are you still staying with the Princess and Darius?
Oh no, I never lived there. Okay. Yeah, I have my own place.
You're just visiting there. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the heck is going on over there? It seems kind of crazy, and like, what the fuck? Like, I'm seeing like violence, and I'm like, whoa. And I was like curious because I've seen you like in some of these videos, and I'm just curious what your perspective is like with that culture and everything.
I think you get that many like mentally ill people in a house, stuff's bound to happen.
Yes.
I've had my own run-ins there, but like the most recent one was when Darius and Xena and Shoovy got into it. And that was, chaos is always fun. In my opinion, like it's fun to watch. It's never fun to be a part of, but it's very fun to watch. And it was very like, it was a lot. It was a lot. And I don't know, you just got to kind of roll with it, I guess. Because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as like bad publicity or like bad like attention. And, you just kind of got to go with it.
I think Darius kind of looks terrible though.
Like, he's blind.
I think maybe Darius stocks might be a little down right now. Like post eyebrows, like post like all these weird fights. Like I think his stocks are kind of low.
Exactly.
But so I'm curious. I wanted to learn more about you and like how you got into streaming because it's such a. I find it so weird that I stream. I'm like, why am I'm so weird for even doing this? I'm always curious why people do it.
Yeah, I was kicked out of the house at the age of 17, and I stayed with a friend for a little bit, and I raised up enough money working to like get a ticket to LA, and that's kind of when I started. Back then, it was more like Periscope. It was YouNow. I wasn't really aware of like Justin TV or like aware of other streaming platforms, but I was traveling a lot and I was streaming, and it's crazy because if I would have had the consistency I have now back then, I probably would have been like at a completely different level because I was traveling and doing so much. But I streamed while I traveled, and then eventually like I stopped traveling and like, I don't know, got back to the real world of like working and stuff like that. And I consistently started streaming like almost 2 years ago now. And it was never like a thing where it's like, I'm going to be a streamer. It was always a thing where it was like, I want to make connections with people. I love talking to people, and, loneliness is a big aspect of my life. I've always been lonely, and it's like the internet is such a good place to find connections and meet people. And it's like, I'm just going to stream. And like, so yeah, I just started streaming on Kick, and it just went up from there really. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many fun elements. I also like find similar comfort in the internet, and find like dark points of my life where it's like, you turn to the internet, but you can find someone who can really make an impact. And like people belittle like online friendships, but I think they really can be meaningful, and people can find communities, and it's super fun. And then like I only recently started making some money and being like monetized off of it.
Yeah.
And it's really exciting, but I just see these other like dark elements of like getting too into drama and like I don't know. I'm afraid of that.
That's the thing. You have to have like a lot of discipline, because like for me, when I first started streaming, my rule of thumb was because at the time I was working a regular job too. So I would work during the day, I'd come home, do my stream. And whenever I was not streaming, I wouldn't check social media. I wouldn't be on the internet. It was very like off and on. And I think the longer I stream, the more I do kind of get sucked into the politics and the drama and the cattiness and the talking shit, and it's very easy to get trapped into that. And I feel like people forget that it's an everybody thing. It's not just like me doing it, or if you were to do it, everybody does it, and people will sit here and call you out for it, but that's just a part of it. Like internet streaming, it's drama, it's shit talking, it's baiting, it's clip bar, like that's what it is. And if you want to be decent, you've got to be a part of it. And
it's attention driven. It's whoever is getting the attention is winning it. That's the economy. It's just on eyeballs looking at you, know, and how long you can stay on a website, how invested you are to give money to this person.
Yeah.
And there could be crazy amount of money to be made And it seems like there's a lot of just like young people who are just like making money on Kick and like sucked into like this kind of like partying, weird, like surreal lifestyle. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like party content has always been like a big like attention grabber. But also when you get a lot of people around alcohol and like people who dislike it, like there's gonna be drama from that, which is good for you know, like it's still a good thing. And but I mean, I don't know, like even here recently, like I've started going to the gym and I've stopped drinking. I did actually fuck up last night and drink. I was doing really good. I was like, I'm not drinking.
But you're
anymore.
good. It's like it's fine sometimes. You
Yeah,
know?
but it's like I'm at a point where it's like I think I'm to the point where it's like, okay, this is boring. It's the same shtick over and over. We're drinking. We're in a house. Like, I don't want to do the same. Like, it gets stale after a while. And I mean, sure, if you're inviting new faces and introducing new drama or new scripts, like, cool, it can be fresh. But like, I want to get out of that. Like, I'm going to New York next month. I want to start traveling again.
Oh, no
like,
way.
I want.
Dude,
I don't know.
I live right near there. If maybe we could do some.
I would love to. I would love to. But yeah,
where in the city are you going? If you're comfortable with saying,
I will probably be. I will be staying around the K-Town area.
Oh, nice!
Yeah,
awesome.
Awesome. I used to live in New York, so I spent a lot of my time in K-Town and Manhattan and all that stuff. So I'm excited to go back.
Yeah, it's always I have a lot of friends who left. I live in New Haven, and it's so it's like a smaller city, but still a city. But it's just like New York is just so expensive, and I've had like addiction issues, and there's just so much partying.
Yeah,
and the pull is a lot stronger. I feel that pull, like everyone's going out every night to 5 a.m.
Yeah,
and you need energy to work, so you do. It's just I've been there, done it. Like I don't do it.
Yeah, and I was the same way when I lived out there because like I was more into the like rave scene, club scene, DJ scene. You know, rubbing shoulders with this DJ and this artist and this rap artist, and so it was like there was a point where I was out literally. Like I would leave my house on maybe like Friday night and not get home until like Sunday night at the latest or Monday morning. And it was like, and I'm the type of person, I don't do drugs. Like I don't do drugs. I don't do anything like that. The most I did was like weed, but it's like, they were like, I'm like, how are you people like surviving without like, you have to be doing something. And most of them were, but it's like, how, imagine what that does to your body, your mind. Like, and I was working a job to like be able to stay in New York and like, I was busting my ass and it's like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And I maybe would go to like do a weekend thing like once a month, but it got to a point where it's like, I just can't. I'd rather like for me, like I would just rather go maybe sit down and get some Korean barbecue, you know, chill, vibe out. And then like, I want to go home. And like, even now, like the feeling's getting stronger because I'm 27, I'll be 28 in September. And it's like, I want to go home. I want to be, and I want to be laid up. I want to watch a movie. I want to be comfy in my comfy clothes, or I want to go to the gym or hang out at the pool. Like I've had that, you know, and it's like, it's too much now. And I don't know.
I have like weird social things where I really do just like prefer sometimes to just be on my own. I used to have trouble like asserting that. I'd feel guilty if I didn't go to everything. And I still struggle knowing like how to prioritize different events, knowing that I'm going to be so drained after like, so I've struck some balance, but I'm broadly antisocial. Like I'm social online, you know, and I have an IRL job, so I do that. I'm seeing people maybe something like once a month, maybe twice a month. But beyond that, I just get exhausted. And yes, Lala, it's Merc. Yes. So what do you have a YouTube channel too, or are you just on Kick?
So I used to, well, my main content is streaming on Kick, but I used to have a YouTube, but then I had some mods go rogue and do some really shitty stuff. So like, and they were the ones who like posted on my YouTube and did all my short form and stuff like that. And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to put up with bullshit just to have someone to do that for me. So it's like, so now I just stream on Kick, and it's like people are like, "Oh, you need to do clips, you need to upload your VODs, you need to do this, you do that." I'm just, I do good enough showing up every day for stream because I'm so like, I wouldn't say lazy. It's just like I don't have the attention span to be able to like sit here, edit, like post. Like I can't operate that way. I'd rather just pick up my phone, go live, and just, you know, it's just the type of person I am.
It's so much easier. Like I used to only do edited content, and then last year I started streaming, and yeah, it's just so much more instant. You're interacting with people, so there's like this new dynamic, and I love the chat dynamic, you know, where and maybe it's like a control thing because I could turn it off at any point and like just make it all stop, you know. But I also just love being connected to like random people who I would never meet otherwise, you know, and being able to like cultivate like your own little community that you're almost like an alderman or something of it, you know. It can be cute. Yeah.
It's funny because sometimes I say like I'm a dictator. Like this is my dictatorship. My viewers are my subjects. It's fun, and you know I think I'm really blessed to have like a really good community that I have because you know who I am and like the things I'm into and my personality. It's very, I would say, niche. I mean, I was born in '97, so I grew up on a time in the internet where it was like the MySpace and the Zwinky, and so I also have this like very weird sense of humor, and I don't know, being on the spectrum and like being different, like I am very blessed to have the community that is so understanding, and like I don't know, I love what I have, and I never would have imagined that it would have like gotten this far, or that I would be able to do what I love for as long as I have, and as well as I have, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels, it is a total blessing. I'm always like pinching myself for any moderate level of success and anyone appreciating, you know, my presence and interaction. You know, it's a very flattering feeling. And when I first started, I like had some issues with the Thorpe family, and I got like a huge amount of negative attention from that, and that was my first intro to streaming, but it kind of like hazed me a bit, you know. So now I'm just kind of like used to it. I almost like some of the abuse and like trolling, but
well, that's the thing too, like I've noticed like it's this weird thing where I'm very, I worry about what people think about me. Like I care, like almost to a fault, and I accept that, and I know that that's toxic, but like it's here recently, like I've kind of switched to where I get like almost like this high from people hating me or talking.
Dude, it's so like, fucked up. I get this thing. What is this acquired taste for blood? You know, and it's like, what are we doing? It's like I think it's just fun to be roasted, and when you know, like ultimately that people have your back, you're willing to take a little more beatings because you know ultimately there's people there who appreciate you. But if it's like only negative, then I can only imagine.
Yeah. And I think like my biggest thing is like, and I think I've always said this, I was like, you can sit here and call me out on my bullshit or say things that are true, and I won't have a problem with it. But what bothers me is the lies. Like, because there are people who will troll and say, oh, like she does this, she does that, which I can tell is a troll. But when people genuinely, especially other streamers, when people genuinely try to perpetuate lies, like that's what bothers me, because like if I do something, I know it's going to be on the internet, so there's like no point in lying. Like it's on the internet. Exactly. Yeah, I did that. If I didn't want someone to talk about it, or I didn't want someone to say something about it, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. But like, don't lie. Like I will always be honest about the bullshit I do, but I will always call you out on the lies you tell, and it's just that's the biggest problem for me.
Yeah, I feel that hard. that triggers the fuck out of me too, because it's like I can take people, you know, they're gonna call me like a crack whore or whatever, and it's like, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
I am so used to it. I don't even care. I enjoy it at this point. But like when people just lie, like people say, you know, I don't, like there's the Thorpes will say I was a prostitute, which I just never was. I was an OnlyFans model, and I decided to stop doing that. I talk about it all the time. I'm so forthcoming.
Open about it.
That just wasn't my story, you know. So it's like it's fucking annoying.
My biggest
thing is repeat it, and it's like, oh my god.
You said something about like the cracker thing. Like right now, like I've been dealing with that a lot because I have an eating disorder currently. I have anorexia nervosa, and it's been something that I've recently started struggling with. And like people will say, "Oh, you're on crack, you're on meth, you're a tweaker," and it's like it bothers me because I, like you, I'm very open. I'm very vulnerable. My community knows me as someone who sometimes I share a little bit too much, but like that is one thing that I am glad about, that I'm so open, and that's how I want to be. I want to be able to be open, so people, you never know if there's someone who's struggling with something, they come in my stream and they're like, oh, I'm going through the exact same thing. I feel seen. And it's like, it bothers me because I will sit here and tell, like, I'm not doing this. I'm not on drugs. I'm very, like, I've dealt with people. I've lost friends from like middle school and high school to drugs. You know, I've known people personally who struggle with drug usage, and that's something that I take very seriously. And it's like, I'm sitting here telling you, I have an eating disorder. I'm not on drugs. I'm not on drugs. And it's like, people are going to say what they want, but at the end of the day, it still bothers me, you know? So I get that part. And it's definitely asinine when you're like, and then again too, it's from people who don't really watch you consistently, like these people that may click on your stream once and they'll never come back and they'll say these things, and it's like, I don't, like, people don't use their brain sometimes, and it's aggravating, especially when you're being so vulnerable about something like an eating disorder. You're kind of like expecting people to be like understanding or like, okay, but that's not how it works, and sometimes it's hard to remember that. But it's insane what people will say. And then like, I'll be like, no, I'm just an idiot. I have ADHD. Like, I'm an absolute autist. Like, people will see me and they're like, is she on drugs? No, that's just me. Like, especially like if I go to a party or if I go out in public, my energy, like it matches. So if I'm in chaos, I'm chaotic. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's just me as a person. Like, I could be completely sober and I still act the same way. And that's me. And so it's a little annoying, but you know, everyone.
Dude, we are like living the same life right now. I swear to God. And all my chat, they're like, oh my God, she needs to be in our community, because that's just like, I don't know. And I appreciate your vulnerability. And that's what I picked up on just like through seeing glimpses of your life, was that I just sensed that you were this like just kind of forthcoming, take it or leave it. Like, and I admired that, because especially as like a solo like female streamer, you're going to be up against a lot of just negativity. But when you find that way to make it work for you, you know, it gets a lot easier to manage. I'm like only just kind of like figuring that out, you know, but it can still take a toll, especially when you're being vulnerable.
Yeah.
You know, people have gone really dark with their like insults about me and my family, and you just wonder what drives people to act like that, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I try to put myself in their mind, because for me, like, I've talked shit about people. Like, everyone talks shit about everyone, right? Like, it's not nice, but it happens, you know. You're a streamer, it happens. But I can never recount a time where I've said like, yo, go KYS, you know, you deserve to be murdered, like, you're this, you're that. Like, what like possesses people to go, like, how evil do you have to be to like say some of the things they've said? Like, it's crazy. I could never imagine, like, and even so
on strangers,
and like there's been
over minor disagreements, like literally over nothing. You're just like death, despair. People just shoot that out into the world.
And there's times where I'll talk, like, let's say I was on like a Discord call with a bunch of people, and I was saying something to one of the people in the call, and then I would message them privately like, hey, I want you to know that I don't actually feel this way. I'm joking with you. Like, if you feel offended, let me know, and I'll like chill out on you. You know what I'm saying? So I've always been that type of person. Like, I will say stuff, and like if it bothers you, like, let me know, because like genuinely I do get a bad rep for being somewhat of a bitch, but it's always a situation where I will always be nice to the person until they're not nice to me. Then I give you the exact same behavior back. And it's like, you know, people will say, well, you don't get along with women. There's so many women that I get along with, but it's just you guys never see me do that, because it's like, it's a real friendship, or it's like people that aren't really on my stream. And it's like, the only time I've ever been mean to women is when they've been mean to me. Like, for example, at Darius's house, there was this one girl who was like, super chill, super nice. We were talking, hanging out. It was on stream, you know, super nice, super cordial. And then after I left, she's talking shit about me. So it's like, why?
Dude,
you guys sit here and say I don't have girlfriends, but it's like, you can't.
It's like that, yeah.
It's so annoying.
And it's like that extreme like two-facedness can be like disturbing when you see it like happen, you know. And I've seen that happen a couple of times. People like extremely switch up, and it's jarring. It makes you trust people a little less, you know. It makes me a little more suspicious, and that's unfortunate, you know. But at the same time, I think most people are genuinely not like trying to be out there exploiting others, but in streaming, I think it attracts certain personalities, you know?
Yeah, well, that's why I always say, like, you have to be somewhat mentally ill to do something like this, because it's very antisocial to sit on your computer or to be on your phone all the, like, you can sit here and everyone, and even chatters and viewers, like, you are mentally ill too, because you're vicariously living through someone on the internet. You stay in your house, you stay in your room, like, you're just as bad as the streamer. So like, I don't get it. And but it's just so funny when it comes to like the two faces. Like, for example, when we did that dating show, and that one girl, the girl who was drunk,
Oh yeah. Kirby, I think. Or
She didn't
something.
say anything to me, but then the minute I left, she had so much to say, and like the reason she gave for not liking me has nothing to do with her. She's like, well, I don't like her because she was complaining about $150. Darius had $150 of my money that he wasn't supposed to have. That's not a bad thing to be upset about. Like it's my money. If it's just like if he had money, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and I struggled. I grew up on EBT, WIC. I grew up in the projects. Like there was times where we were living with other people because we didn't have a home. There were times we didn't have electricity, clean water. Like, so for her to sit here and say, well, it's a little insensitive for her to be complaining about $150 when I'm struggling. Like, what is that? It's my money. I'm entitled to my money. Just like if someone had $150 of yours, you would want your money back, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's $15. Like, if someone says they're going to give it back, it's
being ripped off. It's also a disrespect. It's like a disrespect, you know, if they are going against an agreed thing of like a loan or something. Dude, like, that's nobody. But they know that it's also profitable to be fighting, so people do want that, and that's dark and weird too.
It's just funny that a lot of these people will say this stuff and then but they'll wait till I leave, or they don't have any good reasons for not liking me. Like, you can sit here and say I'm a garbage human being. Fine. I can find 100 million people on the internet who are garbage human beings. You know, it is what it is. But it's like nobody can give me like a personal reason, especially that girl, because I've never talked to her ever. You can't ever give me a personal, like, serious reason why you don't like me. And Darius sit there and asked. He asked and asked, and she couldn't do it. And it's that situation a lot where you can't give me a reason why you don't like me. Okay, you don't like my content. Okay, well, don't watch it. You don't like that I want my money. Okay, well, that has nothing to do with you. Like, give me one good reason. If I've ever slighted you, said anything mean to you, okay, then I can understand why you don't like me. I apologize, right? But it's never been a situation like that. Ever.
Kirby was waste. I was drinking a bit, so I hardly remember, but I do remember her spilling out of her shirt and being super drunk.
I have no, like, I'm never gonna talk about something like that because I've had situations where I get fucking blackout drunk. I've been banned off Kick twice for having titty flashes, because it's like, but people make such a big deal out of it. It's like the behaviors that I display on stream are behaviors that normal people do off stream, and the only problem is that it's on stream. I'm sure there's so many girls who have had drunken like mishaps off stream, but nobody cares. Everyone just wants to talk about it because, it happened on stream, and let's talk about how crazy she is. And I don't know. It's just, it pisses me off because I see the world that way. Like, if I saw a girl who's doing that on stream, I wouldn't have said anything, but like, she's drunk. Who gives a fuck? Like, we're adults. We are adults. And it's like, who cares? Who fucking cares if I get drunk? Who fucking cares? But it's like, I don't know. It's weird. I look at everything differently, and I don't know. It's weird.
What do you think your goals are like for streaming now? Do you want to keep like just growing on Kick, or like what are your trajectory right now?
I mean, I have plans. Like, there's things I want to do. Like I said, go to New York. Sam Pepper did invite me to Thailand, so I want to do that. I'm much more of a day by day kind of person. I don't. Yeah, me too. Because if I worry too much about the future, I get stressed out. I have really bad anxiety. I worry a lot. So it's like, right now I just want to keep streaming. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. You know, I did really well this month, and that's all I care about at the moment. Whatever comes in the future comes, and we'll deal with it when we get there. But, you know, I'm very happy with where I am right now, because before I moved to Austin, I was living in Tennessee, and I had developed agoraphobia. I lived there for a year, and I had left my house a total of 6 times, and I was literally like not leaving my house. I was scared to leave my house. And, you know, going from that, not talking to anyone, not socializing, to I'm going out, I'm meeting people, you know, I'm collaborating. It's like, there's literally nothing bad that can be said, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm just very happy with where I am. And, you know, there are a lot of hardships, because with collaborating and meeting more people, there is more drama, but I'm so grateful for where I'm at, and I'm very happy for where I'm at. And I don't know, like, looking back, it's like, it's a complete change. And this is what I wanted. I wanted to get more social. I wanted to leave my house. I wanted to do more things. And so I'm getting that. So there's literally no complaints.
Yeah. I mean, people are definitely, they're appreciating like your authenticity, because there is like what you were saying earlier, like a lot of fakeness online and disingenuous people, and just like, or people who are just about the money and the clout, and be like kind of soulless. And it cuts out the creative aspect, or the aspect of interaction, like, and getting to know other people and hearing about their experience. Like, I have a lot of friends who've struggled, you know, with agoraphobia, especially like during the pandemic. Like that just kind of accelerated it because I even got like a bit myself, agoraphobic, just like really dreading leaving the house at all. Felt like I was like under like a spotlight, you know, it was like weird. And I still like to wear like sunglasses and like just be covered up. I just like go out.
I was like that too, and I was always wearing headphones, sunglasses. For some reason, when I wear sunglasses, I feel invisible, and it's really nice. I can like kind of hide, and you know, I've had people say, "Oh, you think you're a celebrity? You think you're hot shit?" No, I don't want to be seen. I don't like being perceived, and it's like I've definitely grown out of that as well, and that's something I've noticed because I used to not be able to leave the house if I didn't have music or sunglasses or something like that. So I'm definitely becoming more confident. I still have social anxiety, but I've definitely gotten a lot better. It's just unfortunate that, you know, I don't get the opportunity to kind of like talk about these experiences or like be real with people because I'm not given many opportunities like this to where you can just sit down and talk. And it's unfortunate that most of the things that people want to see from me is like the drunkenness and the crash out. And so it's like, the people don't watch unless I'm doing that. So they don't get to see this side of me. They don't get to see that I am a real person and that, you know, I'm not that bad. You know what I'm saying? Once you get to know me, and it just sucks. But, you know, those people aren't really worth having to know that, I guess. So, you know.
Yeah, right. It's like they wouldn't, you know, at the end of the day, if it's someone doesn't understand, it's like I can't do anything about it. But, you know, you get used to it, and you do. I think, I don't know, I really enjoy like interacting with you, and like, you know, we've been trying to build like more community of just like not like I'll engage in like bullshit and get, you know, like be like I can be highly dramatic because I'm an enthusiastic person. It doesn't take much, but you know, it does color people's perception, you know. They're just like, whoa, you're acting crazy. Like, and it's like, oh my god, like I'm just expressive, let's all like chill. Or like, yes, I cried, like that doesn't mean like I'm done, like not suicidal, like I don't know. But I appreciate also that people, you know, have concern, but it's odd to navigate. Well, would you be open to taking any calls from the audience if you want, or you know, I don't want to hold you too long.
I'm
glad you came on. It's been a great episode.
I'm glad I'm here, and I'm completely open. I don't really have much planned, so.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, all I had was basically usually at the end of the show, I just have like an open panel. Usually have some decent people come up. But yeah, today, I don't know if you watched the earlier show, but it was like kind of intense.
No, I just got out of bed. Honestly, I just got out of bed. I was at the gym at like 3 to 4 in the morning, so I've been resting.
Dude, it was like intense, kind of. I mean, I don't usually do like heavy. I mean, I cover heavy topics, but I've never interacted with someone who was like suspected, you know, for murder potentially. And
you told me about that guy.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure you'd be okay. I didn't want you to
I
feel like so. Even though I told everyone like these are different segments that have nothing to do with each other, you know, like I don't think people, you know. Fine.
Hey, what's up? Merc, what kind of music you listen to?
It's easier to ask what kind of music I don't listen to.
Why do you hate? I'm trying to think of a genre.
I think because I have a theme where I say
emo rap, country rap.
Yeah, why do you hate emo rap country?
Is that like a real genre?
I don't know. I'm eclectic.
I want to say no, like but it might be.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. I've never listened to it. If I give it a listen, you know, maybe I'll like it. You know.
Do you like Death Grips?
I do. They're done now.
Hell yeah.
They broke up.
Yeah. I'm surprised they even kind of came back, and I heard like they were ending their shows because their fans were just being too much.
Yeah.
Like they were just pissing on the floor. They were being typical
like
Death
some
Grips
Gigi Allen
fans.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I used to be like obsessed with Gigi Allen when I was little, but like you know, just a controversial person. But
that's
I still
one of those
enjoy
guys.
some of his older songs.
He was controversial if you heard about him before the internet, and like I feel like everybody knows who he is now because of the internet.
I just remember I thought I was like very edgy too.
Well, it's like, punk. He's you know like that's true punk, like true. Like,
he was on a
grungy, you know?
Well, he was on a. My older brother got me into him or told me about him. he had a lot of his like stuff, but like he was on like Jerry Springer before Jerry Springer became a complete trash show. But it's a funny ass interview and stuff.
Dude, we should watch. I totally
We
forgot
should.
about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that'd be a good clip
He's
to
like,
watch.
so would you be compared to like music like heavy metal? And Gigi's like, heavy metal's lame, man.
Okay, we
he
are
was
so
in a
watching that.
I think he was in his first group. I think it was called Malpractice in the 70s. It was more like rock oriented, but like yeah, he did some stuff that was like not even really like, it was almost pop type.
Ooh, I don't like pop music. I like, okay, so listen, I like the like 90s pop girlies, like Britney, Christine. Like I appreciate that
Do you
so
like
much.
PJ Harvey or
Who's that?
Oh, yo, hello.
Welcome.
Sorry, you were talking about Gigi Allen, and I wanted to pop in a second.
No, thanks. It's been a minute. How are you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing okay-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to talk about too much what I've got going on.
Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, Gigi Allen, he was on Geraldo. That's what you want to look for.
Oh,
Was
okay,
he?
Geraldo. Thank you.
Yeah, he was
So
on
I
both.
I was like just doing that.
I think he did do both, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he did do both.
Geraldo. Let me see.
yeah, there's a Springer one, but yeah, I think he was on a.
Is his name Geraldo, the guy with the mustache?
Geraldo is the guy with the mustache,
Didn't
but
his nudes get leaked or something? Like there was a whole like
Geraldo?
Yeah.
Geraldo's nudes.
Yeah, there was like drama about that.
I've got to see those.
Oh my god. All right, let's
Yeah,
see. We can see the. Oh wait,
try the
I
Springer
think
one.
the first video, Gigi Allen insults the audience and on the
Oh,
professionals.
okay,
on the,
yeah, there it is.
Have you seen the one where he's like sticking a banana up his
My
ass?
show is completely out of line.
That might not be
I don't
too
care if people don't like what I do. If you don't, I don't even care if you don't think it's art. I'm out to inflict pain on people as much as I'm into inflict pain on myself. And that pain creates strength, power, and endurance. Because if you put yourself through that tragedy,
This is like classic grandiose narcissism, like to the max.
Yeah.
It seems like you hate the world. Do you hate the world? Yeah, and I hate you too. What's your opinion of yourself, Gigi? I feel very highly of myself. I'm God, Jesus Christ, and Satan all in one. There is no higher power than Gigi Allen.
that was
My
his real
body is the
name. I
rock and
forgot
roll
about that.
temple.
His
And
real name was
my
Jesus Christ.
flesh, blood, and
Oh,
body
yeah.
fluids
Dude,
are
what a
communion to
weird
the people,
God.
whether they like it or not. I mean, I'm not out to please anybody. My rock
Geraldo.
and roll is more not to entertain, but to annihilate. And you know, I don't.
Who is it that you would like to annihilate?
I hate everybody. You know, anybody that's in my way.
I hate
everybody.
Everybody, equal opportunity hater over here.
You know, I just go through my mind like a machine gun. My body is the bullets, and the audience is the target. And I see that rock and roll has just become so institutionalized that you've got people in monkey suits, you got college jocks, and people with money running the industry. And I'm trying to bring danger back into rock and roll. And there are no limits and no laws.
The danger being
And I'll break
throwing
down
his
every
own
barrier put in
shit
front of me.
at
Pissing
you.
on people.
Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, I guess it's dangerous, but maybe
Like
Yeah,
literally
right.
chimping out.
Would you guys go to a concert if he was still performing? Would you go see
I would
him? Or
absolutely go, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay for it, but yeah, I'd go.
we would go and like stand in the back, just kind of like.
I'd get in a fight with him.
I think that it's like the whole like I wouldn't say bandwagon, but I think it's trendy. Like for example, Nirvana. That's a good example of like people who are like in this generation. They would like be a part of that or listen to that artist simply because of the like image or the name. So it's like it's cool to listen to Nirvana. It's cool, like you know what I'm saying. So I feel like Gigi Allen
Yeah.
is the same way. Like let's go to see Gigi Allen because we would get cool points. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, yeah, it's like.
I mean, yeah, but how can you not? It's like a once in a lifetime experience kind of a deal. You know what I mean?
But it could be negative.
Well, it will 100% be negative.
It's kind of like gentrification of
Did you
music.
have
Did you have a
The longest time, like he wanted
That's
to kill
definitely a
himself on stage, but he ended up. I don't know if he died of a drug overdose, but
yeah.
that was his whole thing. He wanted to like end himself on stage.
Yeah, he kept saying that.
But it happened in a hotel room. I think he died in his
Yeah.
hotel room.
It was after a gig.
Have you seen his
It was actually
funeral
after a gig.
pictures? His funeral.
There's a whole video of him on that day just before he dies. It's on YouTube. It's like 2 hours long or something, but it's like this video of him leaving a gig and then going back to some like random place, and I think they just get all fucked up basically, and that's where he dies.
Oh gosh.
That's crazy. But Merc, I agree. I think there is. I used to think it's kind of like cultural appropriation because it used to mean something like if you were wearing a band shirt, like it would be signaling like I'm a fan of this music. But then that became a style, you know, and now Urban Outfitters, you get all those shirts and people, you know, and it's like, it's not a crime, but it does. It's like, if you're someone who's a fan, it does make you feel like, you know, it's
I mean, I have like, for example, I have a Misfits t-shirt, and I will openly be honest, like there's one song by the Misfits that I enjoy, and Dig Up Her Bones. It's one of my favorite songs. And as long as you're honest to be like, yeah, I don't listen to the fucking band. I just like the t-shirt. I respect that more than someone who's like, okay, no, I listen to them. And then they're like, okay, name 5 songs. And I don't want to be like a gatekeeper, because I understand that, like, you know, fashion is a thing, but it's just kind of cringe, because then it's like, if someone really enjoys that band, like me, I love Nirvana. I've watched all the documentaries on Kurt Cobain. I'm a big fan of Kurt Cobain. Hate Courtney Love. Like, love all the music.
Really, you hate Courtney Love?
Oh
Why?
my god, she killed him.
Somebody hates Courtney Love. She did not kill him.
I do not care. You're not going to convince me. Courtney Love.
She didn't kill him, man. What the fuck?
I'm agnostic. I think I have no. I'm agnostic. I honestly don't know, but I do enjoy Hole and Nirvana both.
I think it's funny that they'll interview some of those people and they'll have shirts and they're like, "Oh, I thought it was the name of like the clothing brand. Like I thought Metallica was a clothing brand or something." But.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. And
I'm not saying she was the perfect girlfriend or any shit like that, but like, I'm just saying I don't think she killed him though. I think she actually did love him.
Yeah, I think they did have love for it, and he did. You know, they had love for each other, but it was probably just very toxic.
It was toxic,
you know?
yeah, for sure.
And she was a sick. She was a sick person. She had a.
She was the lead singer of Faith No More back in the '80s. They ended up kicking her out because she tried to control everything. But
I've never heard that
we had just several.
They've just recently found, like, within the last few years, they found the actual like.
She was at the front. She was the front woman for Hole, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like when I listen to some of their songs, like she has a genuine like soul to her music. I feel like.
Yeah, I think she's very talented.
She's very sincere.
Listen, my biggest flex is I have never listened to a whole song, and I never will.
Listen to Doll Parts. Doll Parts is an amazing song, man. It's a really good song.
All right, wow, Babes in Toyland, remember them?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that look of Babes in Toyland, the singer. She accused Courtney Love of jacking her style, and it does, you know, look familiar. Wait, Babes.
I don't mean to bring this up, but when you went on those withdrawal streams, we were kind of talking about the Bruised Violet, but.
Oh yeah, dude, I don't. Yeah, I have no recollection of that. I deleted all my Psychosis streams because I was like, I don't even want to know, but I'm sure my stalker has them somewhere.
We've got them archived, boys.
Yep, got them archived. But look at the aesthetic. It is kind of dead on. Like.
Oh yeah, they used to play this on like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. This was just kind of styles at the time, wasn't it? Like.
No, they were the first.
There was
to do
them.
This that I
L7. L7 was the other band around the time. That was.
I can see what you mean, but how far away in between were they? Like that's the thing.
Well, Babes in Toyland, that's early '90s right here. But here's the thing, though.
Rivalry.
Going back to like when she was a singer of Faith No More, this was in like '84, and she was already dressing up in like weird, tattered wedding dresses and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, Madonna
I can see
also did the same thing, like the very like lacy, very white.
Yeah, this is around the same time. Even
I think that's just very 80s, though.
Yeah, you could make that. Look up Courtney Love, 1984. She was doing that look for a while.
Yeah, that was like her signature. Kinderhorror was the look.
Yeah, Faith No More, Courtney Love. There should be just one of but yeah, just zoom over it. But yeah.
Oh, hey, there's our Misfits logo.
I disagree. I think when I've been a musician and dated musicians, when you're playing in bands together, there's gonna be influence. I think that happens, but I think she's a very distinctly different writing style than Kurt, and I think they influence each other. That's my take on that joke.
I would say that holds out.
Is this what is this? Oh wait, hold on. Where is she?
Hover over it. Yeah, she might have changed. Oh, there she
it
is.
is. No.
There it is.
I hate her so much. Oh my god, I hate her.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely, I hate her. I hate her so much.
I don't get it. I just feel like you've been propagandized.
It's melodramatic. It's not propaganda. Okay, I did a stream deep diving the entire like suicide and like one of the documentaries, and I literally like.
We've all done them, man. We've all done them.
I don't. Even if it was even.
Well,
I read his diaries and all that shit as well, man. I'm a fan too.
Bro, she killed him.
Yeah, I don't think
People
so.
are divided on
Blondie.
it, and
Blondie's
I'm
good.
confused. I
Now
really
Blondie's
don't know.
I'm Courtney neutral, really.
I enjoyed like her. I enjoyed her music in whole. I don't know. We can go back to my playlist.
What has she done specifically that is like so bad?
Kill Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, but you don't actually have proof of that. Like what?
Using heroin while she was pregnant. She definitely did not. She was a reckless drug addict musician, and she was open about that. And as a mother of a young baby, and people didn't give a fuck that Kurt Cobain was also using and falling over, but she took a lot of heat for that, and rightfully so. Like you can't be fucked up, like giving birth to babies addicted to opiates.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. I'm not saying she didn't deserve criticism for that, but I don't think that meant that he like killed himself and shit, though, right?
Oh, was that other band, the Slits?
Or that she killed him.
Oh yeah, I love the Slits. It's really good. Oh, what do you guys want? We can do the Minar arc. The Naptown edit was pretty funny of that. More JF.
Yo, what did you think about the fight though? I'm interested in your opinion.
It's hard to see from the video I saw. It's hard to see what's going on, but I just don't understand why they are constantly around each other fighting. Like there was physical violence. Like how does this keep happening? And like I don't know if I'm being judgmental, but it seems like Zena enjoys this dark, like, men fighting around me.
So here's
it's kind of like a Jerry Springer vibe, isn't it?
What I heard. So apparently she only wanted to go after she found out I was going, which I knew that this would happen because I was baiting her because like if you're gonna be in this, sometimes you got to play the game that everyone else plays. And so I was doing some conniving shit where I was like baiting her into getting pissed off because I knew something would pop off. And so she found out that I was going to be at the party. So then she was going to come. I guess Darius said she could come, but she had to be chill. And she brought like a taser and mace to use on me, which is why I like kind of sat back and let everything happen because I knew that this is what was going to happen. They were going to fight. I was going to sit there and watch everything and everything was going to be cool. And that's exactly what fucking happened. But the only reason she wanted to come was because I was there. And then Darius, I guess she was starting to talk shit to Darius about me, which pissed him off. And so then they got into it. And then he basically was asking them to leave. He asked them to leave multiple times. And then he slapped like her phone out of her hand, which is wrong. But like she basically ran up on him and was like putting her hands on him. And like, in my opinion, I'm the type of feminist where it's like equal rights, equal fights. If you can put your hand on a man, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can do this, you can do this. And like, he asked you to leave multiple times, and like, she's like, "Yeah, assault me," and he's like spitting on her, which is gross.
Yeah, that
like,
was.
You know what I'm saying?
He should have left.
I think he was trying to avoid hitting her though, but he was just trying to get her to fuck off. But it obviously just escalated it like massively.
Yeah, and they're all like intoxicated. What a disaster!
Like, so you don't even have to do that, but I mean.
But at the end of the day, like if cameras are involved, nobody actually gives a fuck. It's all about like clips and content, and nobody actually cares. And we all know that this is. It's only going to get worse if they keep interacting with each other and keep giving each other like the ability to be in each other's environments. It's only going to get worse. Eventually, someone is actually going to get seriously hurt, and it's sad because like I I told Darius multiple times, like, you got to stop. You got to move on. And it's always Xena, and I've seen like domestically violent relationships. Like my mother was into like bad relationships. I was in bad relationships, and it's like, you know how they end. Either you finally fuck off and leave each other alone, or someone gets put in the hospital or ends up dead. Like, how many times have you seen, news articles where a wife was murdered or a husband was murdered because of
like a party, someone was stabbed. It happens like that. It's really playing with fire, and then you add the element of more views from that. What a like monstrous concoction, It's like.
Yeah, Merc, you kind of know these people, right? So, like, because I wonder sometimes, like, how real is it? Are they setting this up on purpose for controversy, or is it like they're legitimately just like full on mentally ill? Like, I can't tell sometimes.
I think it's mental illness, obviously, but they can, it's kind of like plausible deniability. They're like, oh, well, cameras are around, it's for content, but it's real feelings, like you can sit here and do something on stream and know you can get away with it because people are going to say, oh, it's content, but there's real feelings there. Like the abuse and the toxicity between Xena and Darius is very, very real, but they can be like, oh, well, it's content, so it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So it's both. It's a bit of both.
Right. Fair enough.
Crazy. So do you think, who do you think is like more abusive to, if you even feel comfortable asking?
I think,
like, who do you think is more instigating? Because I've gone back and forth. There have been times where I thought Darius is kind of the villain because I saw the kick video and I was like, holy shit, like, but then seeing her just repeatedly engage and like, it seemed I don't know. I can't tell. And she's a little older, so she's
the more abusive one, because I've seen clips where Darius has just been sitting there and she'll just haul off and slap him and threaten him. I think Xena is the worst one, and like because Darius has never put his hands on me. Like he'll like yell at me and scream at me and stuff like on stream, but it's like it's not ever been a point where like I was fearful around him. I genuinely think you've got someone like Xena and she gets around someone like that, and it brings out that in Darius. And I truly believe that if Darius was never around Xena ever again, he would never be like that. But Xena, doesn't matter who she's around, she is like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think she's the bad one. And I may be a little biased.
There's been so many fights consecutively, it seems like.
And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop until there's like an actual restraining order. There's actual like legal, trouble, which now there is because Darius apparently has to go to court for an assault charge. And Shoovy and Xena are trespassed from their house and can't go back. But it's so weird to me because it's like, he asked multiple times for them to leave, and like we all know Xena beats him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how can he get an assault charge? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't.
Might be able to get it flipped with some of the evidence or whatever, but it's hard to say because I don't know what the rules are, because it seems different from state to state, like how trespassing and how much you can like force people off your property and stuff like that. Like it seems like it differs.
Stand your ground state though too, and she was the aggressor. Like she was, you know what I'm saying? So it's just weird to me because and like I said, I may be biased, but like let's say I wasn't biased. Let's say I didn't have any feelings for that person or wasn't involved with that person. On the outside looking in, like there's no reason that he should have gotten an assault charge. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It might just be one of them like initial arrest vibes that they might change later.
Well, he's been getting evidence. Like he has to actually go to court. He got fingerprinted. He has a summons, and so he's been getting. I mean, she's said stuff on stream that incriminates her, so he's got like a big file of evidence and stuff. So we'll see. But it's just they honestly like. Okay, I get wanting to make content, but where does it stop? After she kills
it's like at what cost?
You know what I'm saying? It's like. And like I care about him, right? Like I do care about him, and I want to see him happy, and I want him to be okay. And it sucks seeing that because that it's not gonna stop because it's like it's a truly toxic relationship. They're gonna keep fucking with each other, and like there's just the only end I see is extremely violent.
Same. Like I just can't believe that they were around each other after the DreamHack event. Like that, I don't know. And then, like, the way she just refused to leave is, like, crazy to me. Like, I'd be so pissed off, too. But then Darius was gross for, like, spitting. Like, I don't know. Well, it was just messy.
I don't know. I think she deserves everything she gets because she is she's manipulative. She's very conniving. She's like, it's bad. It's bad. She's like a textbook, and she's bipolar too. So it's like she's very textbook.
Really?
Like, yeah. So.
Does she take medication?
Sometimes I
for
feel
that,
like
or-
people will say they're like bipolar to get away with just being like a fucking psycho, like sociopath.
No, apparently she's clinically diagnosed and she says she goes to therapy, but we see, like, that's the thing. How can you go to therapy when you're streaming all the time? We see when you're on stream, unless it's like you go to what after you end stream at like 11 p.m. and you're not on medication because you're drinking alcohol and smoking weed. And if you are, you're drinking on an SSRI, which is going to fuck you up even more. So it's like, I think it's a situation where she's just wanting people to like think that she's doing good, but we see it. She's not doing good because she's being physically violent and doing this bullshit. So.
What's up with the Shoovy guy? Where did he
Okay,
come?
I will say Shoovy is the only innocent one in this thing. Like, this is and just recently it came out. There's a clip of Xena. He's 19. They snuck him into a club and she was getting him drunk and then asking Wood Baby to have a threesome with her and Shoovy, and she's like, "Oh, I wish you were freaky. I wish you were dirty, so then you could have a threesome with me and Shoovy." And that's fucked up. Like, you're almost 30 years old. I think she's 29 or no, she's
Really?
30.
Fucking
she's 30.
hell.
She's 30.
Yeah. I mean, she looks great too. Yeah.
Cradle
I
rock.
didn't know she was that old.
Getting a 19-year-old drunk.
But yeah,
and trying to
their
get people to
20
have
is a bit
threesome.
much. That's a bit much.
He's 19. He's 19.
He
years
looks
old.
young too. Like, he's tall,
Yeah.
but he looks young.
He's 19,
And I was like,
19
are
years
they
old.
actually dating or is it a stream?
They were. There's clips of them kissing on stream. There's clips of her confirming that they've had sex. There's clips of her trying to get Wood Baby to have a threesome with them. Like, it's weird. There's nothing illegal going on besides her getting him drunk because he's 19.
Hell illegal.
Yeah.
But
Or sneaking into a club that's
like imagine if we turn the tables. What if it was a man with a 19-year-old girl getting her drunk?
No, I agree with you. It is weird.
Yeah.
It's totally weird.
Yeah.
I'm teasing the situation, but it's fucking
Weird.
well strange. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she seems borderline. Yeah, but who knows, man? But it's one of the most toxic online relationships I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, and that says a lot because I met Ben and Grace, so it's pretty bad. Quadratic is saying check in on Patience's stream on Kick. So Patience is another. I'm brand new to streaming on Kick. I get like no people on my channel. I don't even know how to start getting traction. Actually, I was gonna ask you about that. Like, how does Kick work to get in the algorithm? Because I get like one or two people.
I guess you just got to give it like a crazy title, like I don't know, white supremacist chat or some shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have
Talking
titled this
to
stream
a
pretty crazy,
might be-
like murder.
may or may not be murderer.
Yeah. The JF interview was so fucking crazy, man. It's so amazing you landed that, by the way.
Thank you.
Like-
Yeah, I was surprised he said yes and was so open to talking and the things he discussed, so I appreciate that. But man, yeah, it's definitely sus, dude. And rest in peace, Mama JF. She's probably not with us anymore,
I struggle with this with like, is it that he's actually killed her, or is it like a publicity stunt and he actually does know where she is and whatever, and he's like playing it up to like get relevance? But
That would be even more
you just
pathetic.
posted this picture up, like, yeah, there is a police effort to look for her, I guess.
Yeah, and she's been gone for 2 years now since, and there was a police effort and like some investigation, but I don't know. The story is wild. It's hard to understand. It's definitely intriguing, and yeah, it was hard to navigate because I didn't want to seem too like flattering to him, but I also didn't want to like scare him off.
No, you were doing the Joe Rogan technique. You were giving him the rope to hang himself with, kind of a thing, and that was worth
There
doing.
were some wild moments. There were some wild moments to that. All right, maybe let me put on like a puppy video or something. Or wait, I was gonna look up Patience. What is Patience doing? That's usually how I vibe out with like some patient or some puppy videos or something neutral. All right, let's see what he's up to. Let me share this. Big Patience. 245. Nice. He's getting those followers. What's going on?
As if this is your first ever Something Dope for the People event. Okay, we got a lot of new people in the building. Make some noise if you've been here before to one of our events. Okay. All right,
What is this,
everybody's
like a
gonna
black
welcome
supremacy
our
thing?
new people here. Say welcome to the fam on 3 if you've
no
been here
idea.
before. 1, 2, 3.
There's Patience.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Oh,
three.
right.
You are new here on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, real quick, 10 seconds.
I feel like to be big on one thing, you have to focus just on one streaming
Artist
format.
up. That's it.
Big
Or-
patience.
10 seconds.
Big
10 seconds. Real quick.
Hey, so what's up with the Thorpes? I know nothing about them at all, but you said you had some drama with the Thorpes.
You don't know.
That is a
you
deep
don't know
well
it?
to go
Yeah,
down. That.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you know nothing about them.
I remember, oh, how sweet those times prior to. I mean, things have
The blissful
cooled off between
ignorance.
us lately, so I don't want to, inflame anything. But I tried to be a friend to Grace. She's a very controlling, abusive dad. I became friends with them. Would hang out in the RV. We went to hotels. We're just hanging out, making a lot of content. But eventually, they turned on me, burned the bridge, and have gone really hard. Even showing up at my house and my job and just really fucking with me hardcore.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was totally psycho. I'll show you. Well, no, we don't need to. I don't. It's up to people if they want to. I don't. If people want to interact with them, just don't give them your address or any personal info. But it's like a father-daughter like couple kind of.
Mm-hmm.
It's an extremely bizarre situation. So that's
I heard
why
they had sexual relations.
Yeah, that's like
and
the
that's what
controversy
the
around
brother
them.
says,
That's how they
what
kind
the
of
mom
came
says.
into relevancy, was like trying to push this, playing around with this idea that they might be having sex and stuff. And I don't know how much to believe that. Ruby seems a bit more sold on it than me. I still kind of question it a bit, but it is very, very sus. It's very, very sus and weird.
At the very least, they lean into the
True, yeah.
Well,
The brother
that's
did
the
say it.
thing. If they're like just doing it to like lean into it or like make it a meme, that's a weird meme to have. Like
very.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's also in video like kicking and like punching her and like just being. He met up with
There is some
my
weird,
friend
yeah,
Ava and
very
just
fucking
pulled her
bizarre.
hair. Like he's an odd character, but they can make some entertaining content. But it tends to be it goes abusive for some reason. They always end up being. Actually, I can show you that was in my clip list. We can look at it. I don't know what Big Picture is doing, but
Merc, you like Kate Bush or
who?
Fucking love Kate Bush.
Yeah, I love Kate Bush.
Wuthering Heights.
Cloudbusters, mate.
Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff. Here, I'll show you. This will give you an idea of the people. This is a great edit by Naptown. They were in the chat earlier.
I'm so sorry. You can't take a fucking joke that you acknowledge to be a joke, you cocksucking loser.
Dear God, I really want it to work. I like the Minar guy. I really do.
I'm going to kill you.
My wife is not like that.
You shouldn't really be talking to me like this. You have a wife.
Hey, I'm leaving now, Grace. Remember
Bye,
that you
fuck
ruined
you. He doesn't have his ring on.
He doesn't have his ring on. Yeah.
Oh, maybe
your
she already
daughter
left you.
looks.
Do you want to talk or not talk?
Fuck you!
It is me, Manor, the one, the only. Are you ready for this challenge? Since I started my channel, guys, there's been one thing on my mind. I need to gain some value from this channel. I need any kind of value. Give me guys a second.
How do I get in here? Where's the link? Where's the link to join? Where's the link to join? There's no link to join.
in every class.
Ruby, I'm not.
This isn't an open panel. I'll send you the link in a little bit, Minar.
Bullshit. Let me in.
Right now.
Come on, why not? Let's do 3v3, 3v1. Come on. None of them is gonna come debate me. None of them is gonna come debate me anywhere. Let's go.
Ruby, you missed out on it. You missed out.
What's your opinion, Lo? Me and you one-on-one. What's your opinion? What's your opinion? Me and you one-on-one. Lo, who would win? You feminist. I'm defending my girl, and you're defending your girl, and I want to take both girls. Whoever is winning is getting both girls tonight. Yo, Thorpe TV has to come talk to me. Thorpe TV have to come talk to me. Come, Gracie.
I'm like, if he wasn't indoctrinated by the
Come here.
cult of like Islam, Minar, if you weren't indoctrinated by the cult of Islam, like, I think.
Wait, is he Muslim?
Hi.
Hey, they still have me on.
Hey,
Whatever,
he
man.
asked.
Fuck
I
them.
did- I
Hey,
was
what's up,
so
guys?
good
First of all, I
about
can't believe I'm
not
having this
talking
debate. This is amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on.
I have a show right now that I'm trying to start up between 6 and 8 p.m. every day. I am going to take over the fucking internet. I'll be the brains, you be the brawn. I'll be the Christian, you be the Muslim. We can take over the world together. I'm very generous. I'm very generous with money. You'll make
Christian
a ton
Muslim
of money and we'll
coalition.
kill it from day one if you want to come tomorrow. But you have to show up at 6. You have to leave at 8. You can't be a bitch and say, I hate this guy or whatever. We'll just keep doing it until we win.
I love you guys. This is what I was waiting for.
I love hearing that.
Man,
this would be great.
I'll DM you. Bye. Nice meeting you.
No way!
Oh my god.
No way! No! He said he's gonna pay me. I'm literally making nothing right now.
Sure. Seems gay. This is Hollywood, bitch.
Big news.
The biggest news that
The biggest news.
we've ever had.
Yeah. So, Dad, since it is your show,
Live in 3 hours, 6 p.m. 2 waiting. Let's see. Is there any chat in there?
no.
We got to hype this shit. This show is going to be fire.
Yeah,
it's going to be the best thing. You're
objectively.
going to be able to tell stories, do or die. Because if this fails, we fail. Thank you very much. It's been a great trip. We love you guys. We're not doing it
It's
anymore.
just weird.
Like
It's,
we're doing it now.
Yeah. Wasn't this like a Bible study channel when they started out or some shit? Or
Yeah, it started as like a Christian theology channel, and then it warped into this extremely weird, sadistic, cult-like family. And luckily the wife got out with the other kids, and they filed a restraining order on Ben at one point, and they claimed to protect the younger girl from getting groomed, molested, and brainwashed. It's incredibly dark and sad, and it's just a very bizarre situation. It's hard to even understand on any level, but yes, that's who they are. But maybe we can balance out with the puppy video.
I forgot. I had a bunch of stuff I was
Get
going
us
to
with
make.
the puppy video.
Yeah, you know what time it is.
Show us the puppies.
For everyone, go sub at Dalmatian Dog, because he has a new YouTube channel that is independent, already at 100 subs, and he's been doing some good streaming, some good coverage. Nice little community channel.
Great. Subscribe to me, Dalmatian.
Dalmatian. All right, let me do this. Dalmatian. So, in honor of his new channel.
Hi.
Oh, wait, you guys can't do that.
Hi. Good morning.
Oh yeah, I love huskies.
Happy and you know I do a spin. If you're happy and you know I do a spin. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know I do a
There's many
spin.
layers of lore, probably, yeah. Aww. Oh, I want a puppy so bad.
Oh yeah, I want ones that growl like that.
How cute.
Damn, it really do be beautiful outside right now. But you know what it's not beautifuler than? It's not better beautifuler than you.
Aww. No, I don't really do mud.
But you're a garden. Thank you so much, Gamer of the Damned, for the $10 dono. He said, "Great stream." Yes, this was been an excellent stream. And Merc, I appreciate you making the time and coming up and being so vulnerable and open. And yeah, I would love to collaborate with you in the future. And if you're in the city, I am not too far away. So everyone go sub. It's Mercoffdaperc on Kick, or kick.com/Mercoffdaperc.
Merc, do you like Iron Maiden?
Honestly, I don't really listen to Iron Maiden. I don't. That's just that kind of stuff. I mean, I'll listen to it. It's not like I hate it, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know what I need to listen to right now? Iron Maiden.
It's kind of like theater.
You know,
it's kind of like metal pantomime theater in a way.
Yeah,
it's very good though. It can be good.
Fairy.
Aw. Coconut. No. 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 I know what you're doing. No.
I need to talk to him today. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god. What is that?
Alexa,
play Jump Around.
Is that your favorite breed?
Jump Around by House of Pain on Amazon Music.
Jump around. Jump around.
There are two types of dogs. The gentle one. gentle boy. And the not so gentle.
Oh.
Dalmatians are so cute, but they're like the thing
They're
about bigger
aggressive.
dogs is they don't live as long.
Yeah, these Dalmatians, I
sad.
remember, like they have like health problems a lot. But
I like
Yeah,
bull
they have to be
terriers.
like
Bull
feral
terriers are my favorite.
my mom's boyfriend back in the day, he had a Great Dane with like Dalmatian spots or something. This thing was huge. I think it lived to be 10 years old, maybe, which is kind of old for a Great Dane, but
Yeah, because Great Danes are huge. It almost has like an inverse relationship. Like Yorkies can be like 18, 20 years old sometimes. It can get pretty old.
my grandparents had a dog that lived to be like 18. It was like some type of mutt. I should find pictures of that. That dog was cute.
All right, let me see these. Sorry, I'm trying to add a redirect to my thingy.
I'm gonna head out because it's pretty late here. But thanks for letting me on, and I'm sure I'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, and everyone sub Christ Scourge. He's been putting out some good like vulnerable content lately, and has a very awesome Twitter presence, which I appreciate. I've been on.
I
Twitter a
got
bit more
banned
lately.
today, so
No, you didn't.
you got banned today.
Just
Are
appeal
you
it again.
kidding me? How,
No,
what
I'm
the
not kidding. No,
Well, that was the
I told
last
someone to
thing I
kill
expected you to
themselves.
say.
Oh yeah, you can't do that.
I know.
That all.
I did it in a fit of rage.
Oh no! Are you permanently banned?
I'm permanently banned. Yeah.
If you wait a while and kind of like appeal,
I might be able to come back eventually, but I'm pretty pissed off. I tried to appeal it; they wouldn't appeal it, so it is what it is.
One of my buddies, he was like suspended for about 2 years. Finally got his back, but I think I've been suspended 3 times, maybe. I don't remember, but I called someone. I don't remember what I said to him, but
I don't think I've ever been
Yeah,
suspended.
they were going after my homelessness, and it was one of them lefty people that likes to pretend that like they care about the working class and all this stuff. But then if you disagree with them slightly, they'll like weaponize your like homeless status or like lower class status or whatever the fuck. So yeah, it's very annoying. You know, whatever, it is what it is. So unfortunately, you will not find me on Twitter anymore.
Dude, that
Okay.
sucks. Well, where can we find it? Just on YouTube for now?
I guess so, yeah, pretty much. Maybe Threads. I don't know.
Oh gosh, we'll get you back on somehow. We'll find a way.
Yeah, I might just make a new account. I just need to probably lay low for a little bit and then make a new one.
Yeah, just to go off the grid, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for having me on anyway, and yeah, I'll see you soon. And
Oh,
nice
I
to meet you,
wonder where
Merc, by the
you're
way.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, and thank you for coming on. Always a pleasure. And I know it's super late for you in England, so I appreciate you staying up with us for a bit.
England, gross.
I know. It's
Hi, England's cool.
The time difference can be so annoying, though, dude. Get crack. Can you ask Dalmatian Dog to fix his redirect privileges? I can't do it unless he turns it on. On redirect. I'm like obsessed. Redirect is so fun. Are there any? So you're just. I feel I'm so forgetful. I forget if I asked, but you just stream on Kick and you have Twitter.
Me?
Yes. I was
Yep,
curious.
yep. All the same name. Discord, Twitter.
Goodbye, Christ Scourge, Salem.
No, it's okay. I think it's just, thank you for coming up. We appreciate it. 1:22 a.m. June 3rd, current time. Wow, damn. Yeah, that's why, because we've tried to schedule things before, and it's just like such a huge time difference. All right, well, hopefully I can get Dalmatian Dog to turn on his redirect because I want to show some support for his channel. What are the rest of your plans for the evening, Mark? What are you getting into?
I'll probably do a little bit of a desktop stream here in a bit, and then maybe go out. I don't know. I'm really hitting the gym really hard, so I'm like my body's just like exhausted.
You in Texas with everyone, or?
Yeah, I am. I'm in Austin. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So nothing much, but yeah, kind of a chill day. Most of my Sundays are. I don't really do much on Sundays.
Well, you can always feel free. I do the open panel here at the end of every show. So, and you were definitely a hit. The chat loved you. they definitely were into the vibe. So I
Merc,
super appreciate it.
Do you like JPEG Mafia?
I know who they are. I
Okay.
did listen to JPEG Mafia's collaborative EP with Flume because I'm a huge fan of Flume. I love Flume, and they just had that new release, and I did enjoy
Okay.
it. Yeah.
All right, Dalmatian Dog is updating his thing so I can redirect to it.
But I'm gonna go ahead and head out, start my stream. But thank you for having me. I had fun.
Dude, thank you so much for coming, and I really appreciate your vibe and energy, especially after having a kind of like darker interview. It brought the energy back up, and I really appreciated that. So, yeah, thank you so much for coming on, and feel free to call in any Sunday.
Awesome.
And
All right.
people tune in. She might be streaming tonight, so you can check that out.
All right. Thank you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Jakius, I have autistic Riz.
Oh, tell me, you can't. There's like no one I want to redirect right now. It's like Healthy Family Force who I'm beefing with, and like Loghouse stuff. John Galt, who anytime I redirect doesn't notice it. Foreman Show, who yells the N-word on my show.
Man, I had a bunch of animal videos I was gonna put into one long video, but you got the Dalmatian one. I'll remember to do that next week because I found some. Like I found like it was an elderly dachshund, but it's like the furry ones. This dog was cute, but it's got like gray in it. And then I
wanted to redirect to this. There's a stream on the channel All for Nothing Analysis too that I think is live, but they don't have the redirect on either. Bro, whatever. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I guess I just maybe want to get.
Here's a question, man. I always hear about like. I don't know, it's incels or people just having trouble talking to people or women. This is something like we're kind of the same age, so I don't quite understand this. Of just going, because like I just randomly will go up to somebody and just ask them random questions, or whether it's a woman or whatever, you know. But
yeah, I mean, I do stuff like that too. I just kind of put myself out there. Dude, I don't know where to fucking send people. It's like, should I just do John Gall? I know, but John, he never acknowledges even the chat.
Who else is? We could. Do a vaporwave channel. Not just kidding. Those are cool channels, though.
I wish Dalmatian Dog had his thing turned on. Oh my god.
Does
maybe because he's not monetized.
OPC Dawn streaming, or is Hurricane streaming?
I don't know. Whatever. I guess there's no redirect. It's not. Whatever. Who cares? There was a time before we did redirects, people, and I became like Keem, obsessed. Any final thoughts, Stevie, before I kick you off?
Interesting stream. Yeah. Say that. Nah, Merc's pretty cool. I've kind of seen her like floating around. I didn't know her name was, like you said, Merc's coming on. That finally she gets on. I was like, oh, I've seen this person before. Or like she's collabed with like Prawn and all that. But
yeah, exactly. She collabed with Princess, and then she had the kind of fling and fallout with Darius. So that's how she came on my radar. But watching her more, I just became intrigued by her personality because there's a lot of shallow
dating
people
stream stuff. Or
yeah, she did the dating stream for Prawn. So she's been floating around. I'd love to collaborate with her more, especially.
You know who she kind of reminds me of? You remember was it Jesse from Saved by the Bell?
Oh,
that show.
Not sure.
She reminds me of one of those characters from Saved by the Bell. Jessie, I think, was her name. Not Kelly.
Oh yeah, I guess I could do Kui Man. That's probably the most like I don't know. Yeah. I don't fucking
Kui Man.
I'm just gonna just let it go into the outro.
So, I really wish. Does Prawn still do like hosting videos or streams? Because
he did like one more of the money or the bag, but I don't know. Anyway,
that's a strong point. Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. All right, chat. Any final thoughts or questions between just us? That was a wild ride. I'm always so chapped. It's like, I think when I smoke weed, it's like I get like a little dry mouth or something. And I don't want to just like be like biting my lips. Thank you, Bean. And I think what I'm going to do is watch the All for Nothing analysis video and probably bounce between that and Dalmatian Dog. Check out Merc stream. Let me put her link in the thingy, kick.com/Mercoffdaperc. And I really appreciate her making the time so that I could do a nice little double feature today. Balance out the vibes, had very different styles of guests on. But we like to switch it up, you know, and it had been a while since I did like an interview, so seemed like a good move. Yeah, and these chaps are like not really listening. They're just like so good. I don't know what I was doing in the beginning. I was just like flailing. They're just like, don't stay on. Because this is a squirt, so it's like not. But I think it's actually kind of a cool look, like if they were, oh my god, the way they fit, they suck. I want them off, right? It's almost like cool. It's like kind of like K-pop look. And this is my new favorite go-to score. I've worn it like 8 times this month already. So here's my chapstick. Loghow Live is doing their final stream tonight until July 6th. Oh, I guess that's not even that far into the future. Should I redirect to them? That would be funny. When does it start? 9? That's half an hour away. I guess I could do Lockout Nerds, whatever. What the whatever. Oh, it's not even. Oh my god, I can't deal. There we go. Boom. All right, that's all set. Thank you, chat. Great show. Great turnout. We got over 200 today. So I think the steady upward trajectory every week, getting a little higher, getting a little more famous, getting a little more celebrity status. Okay? Cops are coming for me. Dude, oh my god. You're right. I don't want to do it anymore. Ew. You just totally changed my mind on that. This is annoying. Whatever, it's Lolcow Nerd. It's not even Lolcow Live. I'm just gonna end it. All right, I need to stop obsessing about it. Oh, you did? That's all you had to do? You weren't even subbed to me? Wow. I was your first sub, dude. And thank God I was about to redirect to Lolcow Live, buddy. Bro. You're trolling me, dude. And I don't know how to do it on Kick. I probably have 2 people on Kick anyway. I want to, but they also don't have redirect on. If someone in chat lets them know, but it's like, I don't know if they're going to stop everything and try to do that. Anyway, thank you everyone for turning out and have a beautiful night. Bye.
Shut up until you shut the fuck up.
No, okay, so when you did that dance in the DC, right, with the white dress, there, I felt a drip, as you were getting up. I don't know what it was. I swear to God.
I had
You
these
spent
messages.
$20 to tell
I didn't spend
Keemstar
$20.
and 5,000 people. Let's see.
Yeah,
said,
somebody.
Who's the Goon King now? You spent $20 to announce that. So let's welcome Bassett onto the stage. Hey.
I'm wearing one.
Ah! Shut the fuck up!
It's lighter pink. Wait.
Look a little
It
closer.
says, "Hey Keem, it's Deluminate. Who you think the third party was gonna expose you was? Shouldn't have tried embarrassing me for gooning."
Oh, so you're gonna shut up so we can play this, or are you gonna keep going? You wanna keep going? No, I'm not gonna shut up until you shut the fuck up.
Bro, let Ruby do her thing. Let her do her little walk.